Hey everyone, it's me Gavin Vengeance and welcome back to the channel. Today we are going to be tackling chapter 34 and hopefully getting caught up to current with Honkai Impact 3rd in preparation for, I believe, tomorrow's patch, which should introduce chapter 35, I believe. I've been working on my own stuff in the background, playing some Honkai Star Rail, all that good stuff. I actually got into the beta luckily, so very happy about that. It did take a little bit of effort, but we are there anyways. I've been in and experimenting with that game, and honestly, I'm really looking forward to its official release and all that good stuff. But we're not here for Star Rail today. We are here to see everything leading up to chapter 35. Hopefully able to get through it in a single stream. We will wait and see. If it is going on too long, then I'll probably have to cut it into two parts, but I will do my best. Anyways, without further ado, let's dive into it. Alright, man. I've been kind of doing things in my own time, but I haven't really dove into the actual main story or anything. I've been kind of saving it for the streams, all that good stuff. I don't even know if this requires stamina. I hope it doesn't. So this seems like it's gonna go on for like 15 missions or something. Should be interesting. We'll see how it goes. Without further ado, though, let's start the story. Let's get things on their way here. Use a team of 3 or fewer members, no deaths, take no more than 30 hits. Well, that I can't promise, but I mean, I'll try my best. Let me know if the audio levels sound decent if you guys are here in real time. If not, then possibly apologies later on. I'll worry about that stuff later. Oh! Okay, so we're actually getting to use Rosalia and Lilia. Alright. That's not what I was expecting at all. According to the ratio of the planets, the moon was undoubtedly one of the biggest satellite in the biggest satellite in the solar system. Okay. For instance, a scientific perspective viewed the Earth and the moon as a pair of twins. For 4.5 billion years, they shared the title of the third planet in the solar system. And right now, 380,000 kilometers from the moon, dark purple runes covered the Earth, making the once azure planet dull beyond recognition. Just like that biosphere that relied on retinol instead of chlorophyll billions of years ago. Retinol or retinol? I don't know. Mountains, seas, rivers, cities. Everything sank into dark solitude and slept like an infant in a mother's arms. The land was silent and gentle as usual. It held everything it could in its embrace. Even when oceans dried and all had changed. Yep, it was going for a real serious tone until now. Oh man, these two. Classic. Lilia poked her head through the door, some cream still stuck to her nose. This is bad. This is bad. Something's wrong. Lily, did you hear what I said? This is not good. Last time you said you were in trouble, your hand was stuck in the cookie jar. Before that, it was gum in your hair, and before that... So, unless you'd rather eat charcoal instead of cake for dinner, I suggest that you deal with it yourself. I take it she's got a real sweet tooth, right? Cake for dinner. Great choice. This is different. This time, we're under attack. Under attack? What attack? By whom? Where? Huh? Rosalia looked around, the sunlit bedroom filled with the aroma of dessert from the kitchen, not desert. Thank you very much for the follow, appreciate it. I'm gonna have to fix that alert. It seems like it's off the screen. That's great. Top quality streams over here. Okay. Seeming to realize just where she was, the look of confusion grew on her face. What's going on? I remember sneaking away and being surrounded by a lot of weird enemies. Tall and huge. And they made a crackling, buzzing sound. We were under a serious attack. Huh? Wait, you don't mean Honkai beasts? Right, those. If you know it too, it couldn't have been a dream, right? What are you talking about, idiot? Of course, it isn't a dream. I told you. Isn't that what the movie we're filming is about? Huh? Oh! Right, Vodka Girl's 20th film! Film of the century, about a pair of talented, beautiful girls that become super soldiers to save the world from monsters that threaten to destroy it. And those monsters are called Honkai beasts. You idiot. You don't know the difference between a script and reality? If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. Let's go out and play. Can't you stay on top of it for 1 second? But Lily, don't you want to hang out? I knew it. You should trust your big sister more often. Let's go. But the cake. That's okay. Mom will bake it for us. Are they referring to Cocolia? Time slipped by as they played, the late sun dyeing the sea marmalade. Looking on at the setting sun, Rosalia stopped in her tracks. It's getting dark. That's enough for today. Let's head home. Oh, is Rosa idiot afraid of the dark? Is it Idiotka? Idiotka. Let's go with Idiotka. I'm gonna say it the way that they type it. That's not it. Once it's 7, what'll happen? I can't remember. I guess it's not important. Oh well. Alright, Lily. Let's hurry. Or we'll waste the day away. Let's play. Now it's time for a game of hide and seek. This still is beautiful. I like the rippling water and everything, just kind of like slightly animated. The rest of the scene is just completely still, right? That's really damn good. Rosalia, Idiotka, what's the point of just 2 people playing hide and seek? That's true. Then, let's go collect some seashells. Sounds like a hassle. Hey, wait for me! After the sun had set, the sea breeze still carried along the girls' laughter. It's fun playing with Lily, no matter what we're doing. But I feel like I'm forgetting something. What is it? Is this a flashback to like how everything was way back when? I feel like that was a flashback. The waves continued to lap the beach, washing away any unpleasant memories. I feel like there's a lot of background noise too. Give me a second. Damn laundry. In another dream, unbeknownst to Rosalia, a young man was walking by the beach. If May was here, she would find that this person looked similar to the elderly who had fused with the Stigma space. And now, there were no traces of old age on his face, and he no longer wore that dirtied long robe. He wore the most fashionable outfit he had when he was young. Like a lively youth, he ran on the beach, laughing and enjoying the dawn of life. He completely forgot that his original youth, he had never seen a real sea. In countless different worlds, similar suns rise and set countless times. Humans had forgotten the line between dreams and reality and began to embrace their new lives in the Stigma space. In a pristine snowy village, a man slid down the hill swiftly on his snowboard and did a perfect flip in the air. Oh, damn, I am all about that. I absolutely love snowboarding. I've snowboarded for a very long time. Unbeknownst to him, merely half a month ago, he was barely breathing in a hospital ward, and his only wish was to survive through winter. In a city that never sleeps, the wealthiest plutocrat had just ended an exclusive interview and was gambling a fortune at the casino. He basked in the admiration and compliments from those around him. His life, when he was cooped up in a leaking basement far from home, seemed like a distant dream that made this moment so much better. In a clamoring business district, a mother was picking out decorative flowers at the florist with her daughter. The girl had forgotten the news of her mother's death and clung to this illusion of her, where they were talking happily about her own upcoming wedding. So these are all the different realities of what's going on, I'm guessing, as all the events are taking place on the moon. This is the Stigma space, right? This is kind of what Kevin was hoping for. In a condominium far from the bustling city, a young artist was finishing his new masterpiece. His family finally understood the path he chose, and his works were gaining traction among fellow artists. This youth had just taken his first step towards a bright, hopeful future. Next to some ruins smothered by sand, a retired soldier was working with his comrades to rebuild the city from rubbles. The arduous war had finally come to an end, and although their homes were long gone, they never doubted that the city would return to its former glory. In an inconspicuous park with his close friends around him, a young man finally embraced his crush after he confessed. The lonesome man finally obtained his long-awaited warmth. This was the first time in over 20 years that he felt thankful for living. In a library lit with candles, a scholar was studying the notes of a trailblazer. A trailblazer?! Cheers to Honkai Star Rail. He'd gotten wisdom that far surpassed others. And an idiot? I don't know how to say that word. Idiot memory? Overnight. Not idiot, idiot. I really don't know how to pronounce that. He finally had the ability to pursue the truth of this world. Different souls with a shared vision. Different faces with shared dreams. Life, wealth, feelings, reputation, dreams. The simplest human aspirations were reflected in one another, linked by an amalgam of memories, forming in its entirety a spiritual atom. There, an endless dream promised eternity to humanity. Old, young, happy, sad, life, death. A smattering of dreams blurred all the rifts that existed between lives. And for this, humanity was plunged into a deep night called Project Stigma, becoming the planet's shadow. A discordant noise was suddenly heard amidst the endless, boundless dream. A unique gray serpent stood atop a globe distorted by Project Stigma, indifferently looking over the giant born from humanity's dreams. Dude, this is a sick image. With Project Stigma, humanity's best memories were strung together, shared with each other, and framed within a dream. Those illusions hung like stars in the night sky, shining with humanity's hope, and filling an empty world with light. But illusions were, after all, just illusions. Having found the answer he was after and bored with the task at hand, Grey Serpent stopped monitoring Stigma space, and the world fell into a boundless silence. Oh damn, Grey Serpent got an upgrade, holy crap! Even after tens of thousands of years, humanity's desires are still framed only in the world they can access. They have not grown in any way. I fear no matter how many times they undergo transformative baptism, they will always be the same. In which case, I have nothing to add. The memories and history here are enough to nourish each other's dreams. So enjoy this new and anticipated life before it is completely merged with Stigmata and enters the end. Sensing something, Grey Serpent lifted his head to the arc. The moon hung silently in the sky, casting a cold gaze onto Earth below. There was nothing else. It looks like it's not just sugar ants that are attracted to such sweet dreams. Since we have new guests, as a humble guard of Project Stigma, I'd like to extend greetings to our guests that have traveled all this way. Or maybe it's better to say, to our guest. Alright. Not quite sure who they're referring to, but I'm guessing it's probably not Kevin, right? Is it Kevin? I don't know. If someone realizes that every day is merely a different night, realizes that his eyes are equivalent to someone else's eyes, then he would fervently seek for true daylight. This daylight would completely awaken him. To awake when you've already awoken makes everything seem much clearer. Then, he will finally realize that to those who had two eyes, he only had one. To those who could see, he was blind. Ah, shit! Wow! We really came back from the moon in a blink of an eye! This is the deep? I see. The deep is in the ruins of the previous era's technology center in Mu. It's expected for the Stargate to send us here. New Atra. That's what it means. This was once part of a city called Atra. That's likely because it's connected to the other side of the moon through the Stargate. It's called New Atra. But this is the Marianas Trench, its deepest point. If we're going somewhere else on Earth, it's going to take some effort. Right. If things are distorted by Project Stigma, here, as they are on the moon, it'll be difficult to use Hersher of the Void's powers. Bronya, are we currently in the Eye of the Deep? Yes. There was a time this was directly connected to and influenced by Sea of Quanta, but now Bronya's gaze fell on Sele. The Sea of Quanta can hardly be felt now. It's different from when anti-entropy closed the Eye of the Deep. Project Stigma is affecting this place, but it's still relatively stable with the Sea of Quanta's power balancing out that effect. Which means, without intervention, the city in the deep will become part of Project Stigma in time. According to everything we know, Project Stigma tries to write the world into a dreamland, but it's difficult to say just what that means. We should investigate the city then, whether anything's changed or not. It should provide valuable experience to help us get reacquainted with this world. Right. According to Durandal, the Earth probably isn't how we remember it. There are 7 of us. If we head out from here, should we split up and find out what's going on? That'll be most efficient, and the city isn't very large. If we run into trouble, we can still help each other out. How about Kiana and Mei on a team, Fuhua and Hersher of Sentience on a team, and Sele and Bronya on a team? Kiana's team can start checking out the nearby space and find a way to establish contact. Maybe Fuhua's team can try to find the extent of Project Stigma's effect on humans and the world. And since Sele and Bronya are familiar with the deep, we should be able to find some resources anti-entropy left behind. That all makes sense. Let's split up. Mei and I will start here and check out the nearby space. That's a good idea. The Herrscher of Sentience says that even though we're 6,000 meters under the sea right now, she still wants to find some place high that she can look out from. Bronya, if we're looking for supplies, shouldn't we go to where the Hyperion had stopped? Right. If Bronya remembers correctly, Dr. Einstein kept all sorts of equipment there to conduct experiments, transferring Honkai energy into the Sea of Quanta. The city might look safe, but we can't be too careful. World Serpent has made quite a stir here. Right. Kiana and May should also be on their toes. Right. Let's use the Herrscher Sentience's consciousness network to keep in contact. It's nothing. It's just the Herrscher Sentience says... Oh boy, here we go. I'm expecting a tad bit of snark. Alright. Look, old timer. Doesn't always need to be the story time, you know. Well, as long as you remember all that the fantastic Herrscher Sentience does for you, I'm not looking for fame or fortune. I just want you to remember that I've done things for you no one else could. Got it? Right. Thank you, Herrscher Sentience. Kiana knows how to play her like a fiddle. Alright, Senti. Now's not the time for a lecture. Since we all know what we're doing, let's get to it, like Kiana said. Alright, so our team is splitting up. We're going 3 separate ways here. Kind of like the old classic RPGs of the past. The ones that I love. I have yet to really experiment a whole lot with Herrscher of Truth. That's what this is called, right? This battlesuit. So, my apologies if my gameplay is not really optimal. I have no idea what I'm doing. It's great. I didn't even do the tutorial or anything, so completely blind when it comes to this battlesuit. Alright, let's go up. The elevator seemed to be water damaged. Can't move. Great. Let's not go up. Oh crap. Water levels? Really? Really? We can't escape that in RPGs in 2023? Oh man. Please don't water temple me. There, we got some more Quanta or quantum types, right? Should use Scylla. I feel like she'll do more damage. The new Bronya battlesuit is imaginary, I believe, so probably not the best idea. Still haven't reacted to that trailer either, which is probably something I should have on my to-do list. I know it's a bit old, but just, you know, for the sake of the channel and having reactions to all of the trailers thus far. Well, I was just thinking about Kevin. What kind of person is he? Bronya's gaze fell on Fuhua. Right, to you, he's only ever been an enemy. I heard that when Selle ran into him into the Sea of Quanta, he was pretending to be a giant snake. That's Kukulon. Kukulkan? One of the incarnations of the Vipralopa class Honkai beast, Brahma, a product of Project Chimera, just like Dlok and Kualtl. Adapted from... Man, there's so many terminologies. There's so many terminologies and titles in this game, man. It's so much to keep up with. That's the huge monster Bronya took down, right? Right. So he probably just chose whatever incarnation looked the most normal. Ha! I knew it. You just want to stick up for that other old-timer. If you ask me, if you could express yourselves as openly as I do, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. After so many years, we can't pioneer what can't pioneers from the previous era sit down and talk about? You can always talk things out. Kevin ought to come out to Shenzo and get a little rest and relaxation. I don't think this is something that can just be fixed over a cup of tea. It can be hard to keep in touch after so much time. After walking up from the sanctuary, Sue, Kevin, and I all promised to talk to each other. But slowly, we began only talking to each other once every few months, then once every year, and then once a decade. But why? Time does that to you. Over hundreds of thousands of years, something new comes along and breaks the rules. All those rules end up just looking like red tape. But once you start seeing everything as mere red tape to be broken, well, you've seen the end result. Bronya noticed in Mount Taishuan, right? This old-timer had forgotten how to play with kids. Right. Bronya had wondered why Fuhua had valued the experience at St. Freya as much as we did, despite the age difference. Huh? Right. After all the time, St. Freya was the only place time seemed to flow normally for me. You really are an old-timer. Most people try to make their favorite moments last forever. That's true, but people only realize they're alive when time passes by. Moving story to story, experiencing one ending after another, constantly creating entirely new possibilities. It might sound like a contradiction, but contradictions lie at the very essence of being human. Alright. We were talking about Kevin, right? Why did we start talking about the Herrscher of Reason's time all of a sudden? For the past 10 million years, we pioneers thought we were solving all these contradictions. But in trying to do that, just as Kevin is, we create new ones. No one wants to be destroyed in finality, but that's exactly why Kevin is so desperate for Project Stigma. Desperate? It's not necessarily true. It's not so much desperation, but rather that he puts his hope in all of you. He sees in you all something he's been looking for a long time. Then he'll be at full strength, and you could fight to the death. Huh? Herrscher Sentience. Did you say that right? She did. And her answer answers the original question. What kind of person is Kevin? And so, outside the realm, by chance, she reminisced about that time tens of thousands of years ago when a needle was put in that farewell record for the first time. Sue? Hua? I'll leave the rest to you. This is our last chance before our actions take their toll. For it, I must load my life into a chamber. Kevin, you want us to do the same, right? So, we're getting a few more glimpses into the previous era. That's always nice. Jeez, man. The story is so convoluted, but at the same time, it's so damn rewarding when you pay attention to everything and you really try to piece together the puzzle. They give you all the answers, which is nice, because, you know, a lot of stories just kind of beat around the bush and never really explain anything, and then they wind up being just convoluted, complicated messes. But Honkai just does it in such a beautiful way where, again, if you pay attention to everything, it all lines up so damn nice, and it just makes it that much more fulfilling experiencing this game. It's crazy. So, I guess when they're saying that, like, what kind of person Kevin is, he's the type of person that will go to any odds, or to the extremes, I guess, in order to enact whatever sort of plans he comes up with. He's willing to put his life on the line for whatever decision he makes. Dude, the deep is beautiful. The city hasn't changed at all. Things weren't so bad. This would be a great place to visit. Alright, according to the plan, this is where we'll split up. Sounds good. I see a balcony over there. I bet the signal will be pretty good. Really? Thank you. Is the Hyperion still gonna be there? Again, I have zero idea how to play this battle suit. It's probably so cringy to watch. Oh well, I'll learn possibly, right? Probably not. That's what I'm talking about. It's some sarcasm Nick's action in there. I didn't realize you wanted in on the action too. Silly. Huh? That's a dumb thing to say. She was the one who insisted that I come out for some air. That's good too. This is only our second time together, right? Third, stupid. Second time was in Collison. Physically and mentally exhausted from creating Celine, you fell into Celia's arms out cold. Celia seemed completely lost. I didn't like seeing her like that, so I had to make an appearance and help you. Afterward, you cried Celia's name in a daze. I wonder, Bronya, if you knew which Celia you were calling for. What are you laughing at? Bronya's just surprised you included that time, but now that you mention it, Bronya did feel the power of two Celias. It's a bit late now, but thank you, Celia. What is wrong with you? Forget it. I'm not gonna talk about this anymore. Bronya. Celia wanted to share with her, dear Bronya, what had happened on the moon, but never found the chance. Like when she woke up alone and confused in New Atra's shelter, she had to find her friends all by herself, and even help some strangers along the way. And when you fell into that deep coma, no one was more worried than her, but you'd never know it looking at her. She quietly carried on, doing everything she could. That kid has grown a lot. There are a lot of times I didn't come out. I think she's better for it. So that's why you haven't made an appearance since you got away from Hair. What? Were you looking for me? Yes. You're both silly, after all. You... Whatever. We have work to do. Don't laugh. She's definitely a gigantic tsundere, right? Oh man, this is again. I'm sure I've already mentioned it multiple times, but this is the very first battlesuit that I ever tried pulling for with Sarcasm Nyx, and regrettably, I did not get her immediately. Hello, what are you doing here? Holy crap! What? Susanna? Ah! So it is you, Susanna! Bronya, Celia. Am I seeing things? Are you here to save me? Don't be stupid. How did someone from Shixel HQ end up here? I'm not too sure either. I was taking a nap at work before... I never thought I'd end up in the deep when I woke up. I wonder if she's gonna get a chance to meet up with Elysia Shang. That'd be pretty damn sick. You know, this place? Yep. Alvita told me a group from Immortal Blades ran into the Far East branch under Theresa-sama a couple of times here in the deep. That's all in the past. Compared to this, you look like you're trying to figure out how to move the supplies. That's right. I built up with courage to walk around here earlier, but I didn't see anyone. The comms equipment is all busted. Only the provisions look good, but storage is cold and damp over here. I want to find a different place to set up camp. I love that hair ornament. Sounds tough. It's not a problem. I'm still looking for fabric for a hammock, but aren't you here to rescue me? Like I said, don't be stupid. Celia and Bronyo went over what happened on the moon. Huh? But if that's the case, what am I doing here? Bronyo's also confused. Susanna, what were you working on when you said you were taking a nap at work and suddenly appeared here? I was helping Nagamitsu-sama prepare for her experiment. Shixel had just finished repairing Cosmic Juggernaut. Before beginning a new experiment, someone had to clean up inside the Divine Key to make sure nothing messed with the experiment. Tell you the truth, the air in here is so stuffy. I was just taking a little break, and that's when I fell asleep. And when you woke up, you were already here? Yeah. Maybe the Divine Key's power went out of control. There might be other factors at play, but we shouldn't waste time just making guesses. I remember you mentioned all the comms equipment's being broken. Why's that? I've only run some simple tests, but I think the circuits are just fried. I thought if I fixed them, I could establish contact with the outside world. Is this also an effect of Project Stigma? Or... If that's true, you're the Hersher of Reason, Bronya. Shouldn't you be able to fix it? Huh? Is that true? Bronya doesn't know for sure, but we can give it a shot. Dude, was not expecting to see Susanna. Absolute incredible character design. Really, really love her. I like the little introduction that we got with the side mission with her and Elysia Shang a while back in the temporary event. I see. It looks fine from the outside, but its components are badly damaged. That's right. Under normal circumstances, there's no way to repair them. But in this new state of Hersher of Reason, repairing it might be simple. Really? Don't count on it just yet. This will be Bronya's first time trying something like this. She held her breath and began intuitively searching the entire structure. Nor modern integrated circuits were born from staking these four logical operations on top of each other trillions of times over. No one could repair a chip that had been badly burnt. They would instead replace it with an available part. But a perfected Hersher of Reason was peculiar in that she could do the impossible. As the badass music plays in the background. Ah! It's working! Everything's looking good. But what good is it? Project Stigma has reconstructed Earth's space. Who are you going to be able to reach out to? 750, 620, 570. There it is! This machine can operate on channel 495. What are you looking for? Channel 495. Overseer Otto and Professor Blank use this channel to avoid shooting at each other during Shixel and anti-entropy conflicts, also known as the Atlantic phone line. What does this have to do with us? If Shixel HQ is in operation, they can be reached by channel 495. Disregarding the black-haired girl's surprise, the B-rank Valkyrie from Shixel began operating the comms device which had originally belonged to anti-entropy, quickly. 3 minutes later, the fruits of her labor were clear. Susanna? Is that you? And you're with Kiana and the others? Bronya, Sella, and of course, Susanna here. It's been a while. It's good to see you're alright. Are you Alvida of Immortal Blades? That's right. Shixel's only designated instrumentalist reporting in. Bronya is sure you know our situation thanks to Susanna. How are things by Shixel HQ? To keep Shixel HQ running, Rita-sama, Nagamitsu-sama, and Amber-sama are working hard to keep us safe from imaginary dimensional bleed. And we've established connection with Anti-Entropy's Salt Lake base. Mr. Yang, Dr. Einstein, and Dr. Tesla are putting up a fight over there. And Theresa? Do we know anything about her? No. Overseer Theresa's whereabouts are unknown. We can't even tell if she's returned from space. And from the Salt Lake base, other than Sella, Rosalia and Lilia are unaccounted for. From surveillance footage, it looks like they sneaked out right before any spatial change. According to an AI analysis of their lip movement, they look like they were sneaking off to buy snacks. No, not them. They would never. Those two idiots. I don't think venting your emotions does us any good, Sella. Alvida, we need to arrange a meeting between Shixel, Anti-Entropy, and those of us here in the deep. Is that doable? I'll do everything I can. Then there's still time. Susanna, you stay here and keep contact with Alvida, while Sella and I split up to tell the others, and try to meet up in half an hour. Is everyone okay with that? No problem. Anything to welcome Durandal-sama and Sushang-sama. As long as Shixel and Anti-Entropy send someone, I guess. Don't judge a book by its cover. Huh? Susanna, you've surprisingly contributed a lot. Sella, watch your manners. Everyone has something they're good at. There. Happy? 30 minutes later. Although some key members with Shixel and Anti-Entropy couldn't be here right now, it's a wonderful thing that we're able to meet like this under the present conditions. Alright, Mophead, that's enough niceties. Let's get down to business. Then, we'll let Dr. Tesla take over from here. That should keep things short and efficient. Fine by me. I'm happy to say a few words. Kiana, right now, the people in the city include yourself, May, Bronya, Fuhua, Sele, the Hersher of Sentience, and Susanna, who has no idea how she got here, correct? That's right. Per our previous discussions, you were trapped on the moon by Project Stigma, returned to Earth, and reached the deep via the previous era's Stargate. But this isn't enough to explain what's going on in the city. Can someone from Shixel explain how Susanna appeared there? I can, Tesla-senpai. I launched her through the Cosmic Juggernaut. Oh, so it was you. Wait, Cosmic Juggernaut? That thing is a headache to activate. You coincidentally managed to do it? We were going to conduct some experiments with the cosmic juggernaut, and Susanna was in charge of cleaning out the divine key. When space began changing, I didn't have time to notify Susanna or anyone else. I had the divine key pick the area where space was most stable and launched her. And now, with the effect from Project Stigma, we've temporarily lost the chance to use the divine key. Why do I get the feeling you're leaving something out? At any rate, with most of the Earth experiencing imaginary dimensional bleed, this city is one of the few stable areas left due to its relationship with the Sea of Quanta. But now, its stability is also a form of obstacle for you guys. What do you mean? We can't hold up here like this forever. The end goal of anti-entropy in Shixel is to get the normal world back. Under that premise, the Deep would make a horrible forward operating base. In terms of imaginary space, it's too far away from the front line, and thus would be better suited as a home front. So, you're saying we need to open a new front? Yes. As for how to, we need Nagamitsu to figure that out. Dr. Tesla must be referring to the cosmic juggernaut. I heard your side has just made preparations. Why don't we go through them together? Not really preparations. We just tried finding beacons. But you did find one. But we just... I see. Shixel and anti-entropy are having trouble capturing such rudimentary beacons, aren't they? Unfortunately, yes. And given the situation, I won't recommend you to go to Salt Lake Base or Shixel's Floating Isle now. Those areas are where Project Stigma is concentrated on corrupting, and for us, they're easier to defend than attack. So even though you vaguely sense the space St. Freya is in, it already means a lot to us. But do you find it difficult to give a specific beacon? Yeah, it's a vague feeling, as fuzzy as a dream even. But the weird thing is, when I examine the imaginary space with my Hersher authority, this vague information relating to St. Freya always existed in the background, regardless of the direction in which I focused. It's like the cosmic microwave background. Cosmic microwave background? What's that? Kiana, have you ever paid attention in class? Now, Dr. Tesla, cosmic microwave background isn't something Valkyries learn in class. Kiana, have you heard of the Big Bang Theory? The theory of the universe emerging as a point and expanding to its current size over time? Yes. And the cosmic microwave background is first ray of light that Big Bang emitted. Those lights instantly filled up the tiny universe when they were created. So after the universe has blown up in size, they are ubiquitous, flying toward us from every direction, and flying into the ever-expanding depths of the universe. But in that case, Dr. Tesla, Miss Nagamitsu, are you guessing that St. Freya is among one of the first areas on Earth to be swallowed by Project Stigma? Yes. The use of first isn't accurate, but like the cosmic microwave background we just mentioned, it must have been involved when Project Stigma began to influence the world on a larger scale. This is the sole reason for you to have sensed it in every direction. Therefore, as long as we can find the first breakthrough, with the authority of the Void on our side, we won't have much of a problem reclaiming St. Freya. There's more. Once we do that, we can make further use of its cosmic microwave background status in Project Stigma, and turn it into a bridgehead of reclaiming our space. If Kevin's our final target, we need to restore Earth to its original state as much as possible first. This will not only weaken him, but also ensure that Earth won't plunge into utter chaos after we terminate Project Stigma and go beyond finality. Restoring Earth. This is our goal. But how do we go about it? Theoretically, we do the opposite of whatever Project Stigma does. As surprising as it sounds, this cataclysm is easy to reverse engineer. How? It'll take another day or two. That's fast. Yeah, hence the term surprising, but efficiency is obviously a problem here. Even if our reverse engineering is successful, we can't advance the solution as fast as Kevin, who has the power of finality. Thus, our future operations will focus on two things. One is to let the masses contribute. What we lack in efficiency, we make up in numbers. Two is to get a hold of the power of finality. I know they both sound impossible, but if we resolve to overcome Project Stigma and Hersher finality, we must pull them off. Journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. We must open a new front, regardless of what will happen. And Saint Freya is the best choice so far, right? Yes. In fact, just now. When I was reviewing the situation on my laptop, I realized a way to create a breakthrough. So we're going back to Saint Freya, where it all began. 42 hours later. That was a good nap. But is my alarm faulty? Seems like everyone's already busy at their respective positions. Nobody woke me today. Because they wanted me to get sufficient rest to officially begin Dr. Einstein's project? Then, let's review all the steps of the project again before I head down. Firstly, use the Eye of the Deep and the communication devices built by everyone to contact Durandal and Lee Sushang, who are near the Earth now. Secondly, after reuniting with them, use the Hersher of the Void's powers to guide Sumeru into recording the scattered information from Saint Freya in all dimensions. Thirdly, use a technique that reorganizes the imaginary to piece all the scattered information together in an independent dimension to get a stable and complete beacon. Lastly, assign our manpower based on this beacon to counter the imaginary dimensional bleed head-on. The success rate of every step is intrinsically related to my execution. That's alright. As long as I stay calm, these are easy feats for a Hersher. You're right. And we've already completed the first step. Durandal! You guys are already back? Just half an hour ago. Thanks everyone. The navigation went smoothly. Sushang is getting some much needed rest right now. You haven't rested for 2 days straight, right? Are you alright? I'm fine. The Shixel has plenty of technology that helps Valkyries fight for days on end. As for why I'm here even though Sushang's asleep, you need Sumeru for the second step of the plan, right? That's true, but... Alright, I understand. But once we're done with the project, you have to take a break too. Alright, Rita has already told me that. Great, so... let's make haste and head down now. Okay. Dude, those two. Oh man, those two. I heard that these temporary communication devices were all made by Bronya in 2 days, with a Hersher of Reason's powers. Susanna played a big part as well. If not for her, even if we can't contact the others, it'll be difficult to fulfill all the specifications needed for Cosmic Juggernaut when setting up those devices. According to Bronya, it would have been much harder to help you guys locate the deep accurately. Indeed. But it was too reckless for Nagamitsu to have ejected her out, although that might be, or might just be, their unique dynamics. Theresa-sama! We were just talking about you, Susanna. Yeah, I know you totally couldn't hear us. We're literally like 10 feet away from you. Huh? Talking about how Durandal and Lee Sushang wouldn't have made it to the deep so smoothly if not for your help. I only did what I had to do, but everyone is still grateful. That's right. Well done, Susanna. I'll work even harder from now on. Alright, let's get to work and start planning for the second phase. Should I open Sumeru here? Yep, of course. We'll still have to keep in contact with Dr. Einstein. She'll guide us step by step. After their reunion, Kiana and her friends fervently began their project to reclaim Saint Freya. And for the other Valkyrie, who was greatly indebted to the Academy, after having lost consciousness for about 3 days, her venture was about to begin. Theresa! Holy shit! Okay! Was not expecting this at all. This was clearly an unknown world. If you were to describe it as a horror novel, I think that the most relieving thing in the world is that humanity's theologies cannot categorize the world accurately. Remember well, until the end, my greatest fear is not induced by anything visible. I was clearly under significant stress when I wrote these words, for after tonight, I will no longer exist. We are no different from the nature of this earth. To make fire from wood, slash and burn. Even after we have flown to space, humans are still unable to free themselves from their childhood. Every wisdom in this galaxy is limited by how it exists. This isn't an obstacle you can overcome solely with your will. Kevin? Does the way of existence you speak of include the scene before my eyes? As the new overseer slowly regained consciousness, she began sensing her surroundings. This place was silent, but seemed to be filled with something formless. She smelled something saccharine and dangerous in what could be called air, like nitroglycerin smeared on the tip of her tongue. She didn't know how long she had been trapped here. Curiously, her body hadn't grown tired from battling, nor hungry from confinement. She tried awakening the power of Vishnu within her, hoping this bizarre sight was another dream that could be devoured. Yet nothing happened. It appeared that this place was no ordinary illusion. Anyhow, I can't be stalled here. Awesome! We finally get to use her again. Holy crap, man. This is great. Oh my god, dude. I was not expecting to get any, like, Theresa content at all. This is incredible. Heck yes. Bring it on. Sorry, Runt. Stole one of your prey? What is going on, dude? Say, Theresa, what are you staring at? Holy shit, dude. Siegfried looks so damn sick. Oh my god, man. It's got like the, what's it, Android 16 or whatever, bandana around his arm. Siegfried, Or 17? Android 17, that's what I meant. Is that really you? Huh? Why? Have you ever met a fake me somewhere? Or did all the bitter melon juice finally make you silly? Right. There's no one else who will spout such nonsense. So this is where the world serpent imprisoned you. No, but it's a long story. Dude. And so Siegfried began to explain what he encountered at the anti-entropy base last year. Anyway, from then on, they've locked me up in the Kaslana Stigma space. You said you've also fought the leader of World Serpent there. Yeah. His name is Kevin. He's the originator of the Kaslana family, a hero of the previous era, but also a sinner of this era, right? Do you know what Kevin is doing? No, but not long ago, he stole all the power of Chimera. If not for that, I wouldn't be here now. Kevin. He sees the authority of finality and is advancing Project Stigma. According to him, this is the only way to prevent the Hersher of finality from destroying the world. Although, it'll force all humans that can't awaken a Stigma into a dream. Hersher finality? Oh, what's happened outside while I'm locked up? Well, too much has happened this year. In 400 days, the number of Hershers has been bumped up from 4 to 12. Even Otto has passed away. But the children of Saint Freya have grown so much in the face of those hardships. Kiana defeated the persona of the Hersher of the Void and became the Hersher of Flamesion that fights for humans, like the Mr. Yang we knew. Wow. I need to treat her like a big girl when we meet again. Of course. But if you're as sloppy as you were just now, she won't be very impressed. Kiana doesn't like that. But with that said, Siegfried, your left arm, has it recovered the Stigma space? My arm? I don't really know. When the Stigma space is full of Chimera energy, I was fading in and out of consciousness. I wasn't sure what was going on. I tried breaking out a few times, and I'm not sure how I always ended up backing in. Even now, everything feels so unreal, as if my body is still trapped, stuck in Stigma space. It's been tough for you. But do you know what space you're in now, Siegfried? It's very different from Kaslana Stigma space. I'm not sure, but there has always been a blaring clue. As I said, Kevin has taken the Chimera energy. The direction to which that energy disappeared led me to you. You mean, you were able to find me because of how he and I fought? I didn't even think of that, but that makes sense. I thought the disappearance of the energy would lead me to Kevin, but with you here, maybe we can find the others that have been sealed away by World Serpent. Oh! It'll be difficult to figure out what's going on with just the two of us, but if we save more people, we'll get strength in numbers. That's just like you. Even after everything you've been through, just as optimistic as you were as when you were young. Let's do it your way then. Who knows? Maybe. Kiana and the rest are looking into this from a different angle. Aw, man, I was hoping I was gonna get to control Siegfried. Oh well. At least we still get some Theresa content. I'm very, very much happy for this. Imaginary construct. This place is still linked to the imaginary space. But this is also an opportunity. Oh shit! Theresa, we can finally fight shoulder to shoulder again. Though you can't touch mine. Oh my god, dude. Hell yes. Could have dropped that last sentence. Alright. Judgment of Shamash. Or Blitz Ataka. Alright. This is so damn cool. This is so damn cool. Okay. Oh my god, man. This is sick. Tap alt? Okay. Gotcha. This is sick. And of course I would get wrecked. This is awesome. I was totally not expecting this, but I was very much hoping for it. Dude, it's so awesome. What a badass. I love how he uses sword and shotgun. I'm literally at a loss for words. My apologies. I'm just in awe of finally getting to be able to use Siegfried. He's so damn strong. I'm totally gonna, yeah, I'm probably gonna mess this up and die just because of, you know, it being me. He was gonna miss the Arahato film series, the finale. That's like the only thing he's worried about. Dude. Of course he is. It's Siegfried. Dude, that's so sick. What a badass. Whew. That takes care of that. It was just wave after wave, like we had poked the hornet's nest. If I can't figure out the mechanism behind this, we might be able to understand the current situation. Agreed, but how about a little help? Save us some time. His voice. Hello there. I'm Stigma, right? Or Alpha? I don't know if it's Alpha or Sigma. Since we're short on time, I'll skip the introductions for now. I just hope you can trust that I am a friend to Saint Freya. We don't have time. Are we being pursued? Accurately speaking, being pursued from behind and about to hit a wall up ahead. According to my intel, in 10 minutes, the Hersher of the Void will drastically alter the space here. Worst case scenario, you'll have to face a massive enemy to death. Hersher of the Void? Kiana? Right. They don't know you've come to Project Stigma's, mainnet? Planet directory. So, Hersher of the Void's power can be used to reclaim Saint Freya. It's difficult to explain. What you need to know is that due to Madame Theresa devouring dreams, Saint Freya is the best forward base for counterattack against Project Stigma. So it's best that we work with Kiana and the others. Right, and I can help Madame Theresa, who is a complete outsider to Project Stigma, but things on Siegfried's end are a bit more complicated. You mean, my Stigma power? No, something more basic than that, Mr. Siegfried. Do you remember how you escaped the deepest part of Kaslana's Stigma space? Isn't that because Kevin took all the Chimera energy away? Mr. Siegfried, I'm asking if you remember exactly how it happened. Wait, this... How is it possible? I don't remember it at all. As expected. Like before, you're still trapped there. When Kevin took the Chimera energy, he merely stabilized your form. What do you mean? Siegfried, what is she talking about? What she's talking about is similar to sleepwalking in imaginary space. Like once, I felt like I became a puppet. Never mind. That was likely a dream. Let's focus in on the present. Being stuck in Stigma space can have an assimilating effect. Between Stigma space and the mainnet, you can split yourself in two, each entity acting independently of the other. It will be difficult to return you to reality because of the lack of substance. But as long as I'm in a space like this, there shouldn't be any other issues. Yes, but as I had mentioned before, in 10 minutes, a massive enemy unit will appear here following the spatial distortion, blocking our retreat. It doesn't seem like a huge issue. As long as you can all escape, it won't matter if I win or lose. It's just a dream after all. Don't worry, it's just... It's a temporary solution. You won't be trapped for long. I'll take your word for it. Theresa, if you trust this alpha, no, it's definitely Sigma, right? It's Sigma. You should get going while there's still time. Ah, damn. A strange tearing noise could be heard. It sounded close by. Kiana and the rest began early? Theresa, go! It was as she had said. With everything running unusually smooth, Kiana was able to integrate the beacons 5 minutes ahead of schedule. And for the people in the deep, this would be a solid step forward in changing the world. But what the hell is going to happen with Theresa and Siegfried? Is Siegfried just going to be forever lost, or is he just still going to be trapped in Stigma space? And what about Theresa? Is she going to be able to escape? The first 3 steps are completed. That went almost too well. It's only taken 37 minutes. Now that's impressive. What's wrong, Durandal? Well, it's good the plan is going well, but that just means the worst has yet to come. I agree. But still, freeing Saint Freya from Project Stigma is a really good start. You're right. Saint Freya's unique spatial beacon makes it the perfect base to advance from. And we can use Cosmic Juggernaut at Shixel HQ again. With Project Stigma eroding a lot of the surface space, Cosmic Juggernaut won't be able to directly impact the deep. But with Saint Freya's beacon, exchanging intel will be a lot easier. Once Saint Freya is free, we can start supporting Shixel HQ, and even include the Salt Lake base. Which means Rita can fight by our side if needed. Yes, and vice versa as well. But we don't have any boots on the ground in St. Freya yet. How are we going to split up the groups? It makes sense to have all the students fight together. But we'll need some to stay behind and guard the deep. That's right. So, we'll have Fuhua Senpai, Herrscher Sentience, and Susanna stay and protect the deep while Sushang continues the rest. The rest will go and fight. But, does that mean you'll be fighting, Durandal? You haven't slept in 2 days, no? It's fine. I've been in fights that were more drawn out than this. I'd rather take a short rest after I know I'm not needed. But, Kiana, don't be naive. We're doing this to save the world. So if there are no other objections, let's get to work. Understood. Let's go. It's go time. Back to the beginning. This is really Saint Freya. Although I had recently relived this in the Hersher's mind space, the real academy is still so nostalgic. Looks like there are no enemies nearby. Maybe we could start constructing our base. Oh, we're not going to take a look at our dorm first? Verona's game console might still be there. Alright, enough joking around. Durandal might take you seriously. Silly, did you also notice something? Yeah. The space there seems to have been damaged by a power that's not from Kiana. Kiana, can you use your Hersher's authority to investigate the area near that church? Sure thing. Yep, there's definitely some sort of energy going on there. Indeed, something's wrong with that space. Let's check it out. Dude, the squad walk. Every time I see this area, it just makes me think of Himiko. Theresa! Oh, get out of the way. Get out of the way. You do not belong here right now. You do not want any part of this. Oh no, shit, she fell down. I forgot that they were imaginary. I should totally be using Durandal. Principal. Theresa. Kiana? Yes, it's me, Principal. I'm so glad to see that you're safe. It's nothing. Just some side effects from the emergency transfer. But what is everyone doing here? Everyone told Theresa what had happened on the moon and then in the deep. I mostly get what's going on then, but even though we've only just gotten back together, I need to trust you with an urgent mission. Go ahead, Overseer. If the spatial rift in this area hasn't disappeared yet, I hope we can trace it back to its source and save him. Siegfried Kaslana. Dad? What do we need to know for the mission, Overseer Theresa? Right, time is limited, but we need to make sure everyone is caught up to speed. Theresa briefly summarized what she had been through. So Dad has always been trapped by Kevin in the Kaslana Stigma space? Yes, and with Kevin taking the Chimera energy, this might be the perfect opportunity to save him. But with only the spatial rift left behind by the principal, finding Kiana's dad or even the Kaslana Stigma space won't be easy. What if we throw two people that already have a history with Kaslana Stigma space into the mix? Two? Of course. Overseer Theresa and me. As unbelievable as it might sound, I'm the awakened of Kaslana's Stigma. Huh? It has to do with Otto, but I'm afraid it's too complex to explain now. For the sake of time, you'll just have to trust me. Alright, Randall. Thank you for telling us. And no matter what, I'll make sure to do everything I can to help. And we'll support you wherever we can. This will give us a big edge against Kevin and Project Stigma if we can take back Stigma Space. If there's anything I can do, just ask. From what we've seen, just seen, Sumeru can also help supplement her share of the Void's power. And I will try to use Vishnu's power to help you, Kiana. Alright then, let's get to it. Ready when you are. Mustering all her spirit, Kiana could sense the strength of everyone around her. Sumeru, gathering together the fantasies of 3,000 worlds. Vishnu, devouring countless dreams one by one. Death, from the Sea of Quanta, quietly sowing the seeds of life. The story depicting the theory of civilization drew a bridge across the ages. And of course, the long-standing signet shining like a beacon. Found it! Dude, I can't believe we're actually going back in to actually save Siegfried. This is where Kaslana Stigma Space and Imaginary Space meet. In Coloston, Otto had exiled me here. So, we're still a ways away from the core of Stigma Space. Huh? Where are the others? Overseer Theresa hasn't fully recovered, and the others, their bodies aren't compatible with Kaslana Stigma Space. And... no, it's nothing. As you can see, it's very easy to get lost here. It's a good thing there are still traces of Theresa's dream devouring left behind. Just mark them as Sumeru. This is a fairly straight path. I wonder how this is gonna unfold. Like, man, there's just so much, right? Like, obviously, Durandal's gonna want to save Siegfried, right? But she still refers to him as Mr. Kaslana. We all know the truth. Whoa, whoa! What was that slam stuff? That's what I'm talking about. Let's go, Kiana. Oh! is a tough choice. Do I get to pick both? I don't know, man. Oh, man, what do I do, dude? I'm going Kiana. As much as I love Bianca, I gotta go Kiana. What is a father? Different people will have entirely different answers to that question. But for one girl named Kiana, a father is everything to her. Toast pizza, cup noodles, birthday cake, and of course, her own namesake. Sorry, Dad. I just don't want to see you get hurt anymore. I also want to protect you. No, it's Dad that should be apologizing to you. I've done so many things that let you down. Dad, what do you mean? I think you're a great dad. You train with me? You buy me lots of gifts? But I've never asked if you wanted to train or if you like the gifts. I've never asked about how you feel. But how you feel, that's the most important thing. How I feel? Yeah, how you feel. What you like to eat, what you want to do, who you want to be. Today's your birthday, right? I've never given you a proper celebration, huh? What a terrible father I am. Let's buy a big birthday cake and celebrate together. Let's go. Kiana. That day she received from her father the best present of all. Her name. We have arrived. Hell yes. Ain't nothing gonna stop them now. It is go time. Dude, Kiana and Bianca. Come on, man. Oh, shit, dude. No way. Let's go. Come on, man. Let's free Siegfried finally. We are here to bust you out. This is so good. Yes. Oh, God. Complete badass. Hell yes. Oh my God.
本当に父親失格だ。でかいケーキを買ってちゃんと祝おう。
Dude, come on, man. Holy shit, man. Oh my God, what a cutscene. Holy shit. Oh my God. Right in the feels. Oh my God, dude. Hell yes!
ティアナ
Oh, come on, man!
言ったことがあるよ
That
ね
is too damn good. That is too damn good. Didn't you say
かすらな家の人間は
Slans protect the ones they love most, regardless of the
最
cost?
愛の人たちを守り抜く
Holy shit.
だから私たちは来た
So
の
here we are. Theresa was right. You really have
大
grown.
人になったんだな
What can I say?
言われなくたってわかるで
I've
しょ
really learned to take charge.
し別れて3日なればでもみん
But
な
I
の
couldn't have done
力
it
が
without everyone's help.
今みたいな
Principal
ことが
Theresa,
できたんだ
my friends from St. Freya,
学園
and
長
Durandal.
聖フレイヤの仲間たち
はい。
Right.
少し
Somehow,
複雑な事情があ
I've
りまして
awakened more than one stigma.
覚醒した私の成婚は一つ
Otto?
どうか
Pretty much.
そのようなものですね。それはさておき、
Enough chatter.
先ほどここに
I've set up the beacon.
来ましたので、
Now,
安全な
let's
場所
head
に
back
戻
to
りましょう
safety, everyone.
まずはここから
Let's get out of here.
なあ
Durandal?
デュランダル
I've met you before.
会
No?
ったことはないか
She contemplated. She had once made a grave promise under a noble conviction. There will come a day when I will help Kiana save the father we share from that infernal place. Now that promise had been fulfilled. And now she had to let her hero before her know his daughter was alive and well. But it wasn't as easy to do as she had imagined. She found that regarding this matter, she easily regressed to how she thought when she was 12. Know this: the imperishable pervades all. The enduring cannot be destroyed. It has given birth to all the world, and this you must understand. I am both the world's origin and its destruction.
バカバットギーターの一部
They are taken from the Bhagavad Gita,
聞かされたなのです
read to me ages ago by a classmate that loved Indian mythology.
今のあなたは血にある
What you're feeling now
大戦
reminds
前の
me
似ているの
of
です
Arjuna before the war, in a few ways.
アルジュナって
Arjuna,
ヒンドゥー神話の
a
中の王
prince
子で
and great hero from Hindu mythology.
クルクシェートラ
He
の
saw many of his
戦いの
close
前に
friends stand by his enemies in the Kurukshetra war. In his disappointment, he was unwilling to fight. No worries, thank you very much for stopping in. Holy crap, I was not expecting that scene to be so damn emotional, but it was so good, so good. And Bhagavad Gita talks about how the god Krishna persuaded Arjuna to pick himself up and rejoin the fray.
今から行く戦場に
Is she gonna
知り合い
admit
ないんですけど
her lineage to him? Is she going to reveal that that is his daughter, his biological daughter? But I'm not facing any of my friends on the battlefield.
ええ
Yes,
ここで知り合いに会うこと
you'd
が
never meet any
ない
friends
と
here.
思うなのですビアンカさん
Bianca, the problem you'll encounter is the opposite of what Arjuna faced.
反対のものなのですそれゆえに
And because of
似た
that,
ような気持ちに
you'll
なるかも
ironically
しれな
share
いのです
similar emotions with him.
意味がよくわ
I
か
don't
り
really
ませ
understand
ん
what you're talking about.
つまり
What I mean is,
あなたとこれ
you
から
originally have no
対峙する
common ground nor
敵の間に
conflict
は
with the enemies you'll
本質
face.
的に何の交わりも衝突それなのに
As such, you're afraid of everything. Hesitation, confusion,
あな
and
たの
even
中
fear
に迷い
remains in
や
your
恐
heart.
怖があるなのですビアンカさん
Bianca, until
今まで
now,
あなたは
you've only ever followed the captain's or leader's plans. You've never truly considered what your purpose is in the whole incident.
何の意味責任感の
A
落ち着く場
misplaced
所が
sense of
見つかる
responsibility. This is why you're nervous now.
あなたの緊張の源なのですあなたは
Because you always saw yourself as an outsider. You're afraid to fail the expectations of those from another world. I've heard about your past from Rita. You're a very competent Valkyrie. But what brings you joy is always the results of the missions and incidents, not their process. I think that's exhausting and unnecessary. But, Bianca, if you only look at the results, there are countless things that are meaningless in this world. What's the point of birth? What's the point of death? What about humanity, the world, and the universe? For example, you, Bianca, at the Gina, you are the meaning of your existence. To the other Valkyries, you are an admirable source of encouragement. To that Overseer, you are an indispensable training sample. To the people in this bubble universe, you are a heroic upholder of justice. To yourself, you've started from nothing and written your own life. These are not results. They will only begin from nothing and disappear into nothing. Bianca, the salvation that this bubble universe anticipates is not a result, but a process, a movement. Just like Wagner's or Richard Strauss's movements. Valkyrie, you have the power to finish a performance that belongs solely to you on the stage. This is not even an atom of association with whether you are someone from this world. It was only when the girl recalled what Schrödinger told her on Caledonia that she suddenly realized. The hesitation caused by the memory loss was in fact only creating more memory loss. Then she made a decision. Mr. Siegfried, if you recall where you had seen me, then the story I'm about to tell you will be much easier to understand. About 2 months ago, I fell for Otto's hoax and was banished to a place within the imaginary space. It was a crimson-red desert, a unique dimension inside the imaginary space. Never-ending history. They will continually appear through subconscious means. But during my aimless drifting, I met a special existence. He was a hero who could bravely face everything, even though it seemed like destiny had already shredded his life apart like paper. He had lost his wife and daughter, and he never lost his will to fight, and always moved forward optimistically. In myths, Sisyphus labored to push the boulder up the mountain, then watched helplessly as it slid back down, and so on and so forth. In a certain way, that's normal in life. I cannot resonate with his life just because of that. On top of that, he chose to be a warrior of destiny. He chose an attitude towards life that I wish I could take on too. Never bowing to fate, never surrendering to the world, always holding on to the purest conviction at the bottom of his heart. This is the true mark that Sisyphus left behind for us, the proof of a hero, and even more so, a proof of humanity. So even though, to him, that encounter may have been a forgettable days, but compared with my kin's, my past before I had lost my memories, his attitude towards life, the encouragement that the fragment of his persona had given me, those are my true treasures. And because of those things, today, Kiana and I are determined to liberate him from the most tragic destiny. To put it egotistically, it's not for him or Kiana. This determination comes from this hero's life and resonated with me. Mr. Siegfried. Back then, the fragment of persona I met, he is like the Homu in this photograph, after he had faded in color. He nobody could really explain what happened then. That freshly restored photograph was definitely a form of imaginary construct. When it disappeared, a small miracle also happened. The misplaced star had returned to its supposed time. The gust of wind roused an almost inaudible echo. The hero's life intersected and overlapped here, yet it did not change who he was at all. He gained the memory of the fragment of his persona, recalled the faded Homu, and regained a dream that belonged to reality. And she also fulfilled her wish from 10 years ago, fulfilled trivial wish that originally had no continuation for her past self. Life is a bridge. Its greatness does not come from its purpose. It connects noon, dusk, and dawn, allowing its intrinsic purpose to endlessly augment in its process. Whether it's the girl or the man, or their shared relatives, they are their own creator, solver, and savior. They change the past that had been determined, until their will said, "This is what I wanted in the past. In the future, I also want this." Nobody likes to suffer, but they take pride in their own lives. This time, I finally heard your voice. Back then, you shouted really loudly. Durandal, Bianca, and Tagina. They are all cool and beautiful names. From when you woke up in the sanatorium in 2008 till you became the youngest A-rank Valkyrie in 2011, until the second year you had immersed in the Sea of Quanta and saved the distant world. At the age of 12, you have already created miracles that no other Kaslana had ever done. Though, as you once said, we shouldn't define heroism by successes and failures. But, be it Ancora, and Equinox, or the Hersher that fights for humanity, both of you have already far surpassed your own parents' limits. Although as a parent, I want nothing more than for all of you to live on happily. But who doesn't wish for a student to surpass a master? And who wouldn't be proud of daughters like you? Bianca, Kiana, let your foolish father, Siegfried Kaslana, be the most fortunate father in the world for a while. Alright, what are you waiting for? But, wait. This is what a family should be like. In the past, you guys are the ones who gave me the opportunity to join this family. On such a special occasion, of course, I have to give you two a push. Kiana. It's just like Kiana to do this. Of course, if you guys simply gave monologues about life during this long-awaited reunion, that's too strange, isn't it? Damn, dude. Oh, that was a touching moment. Holy shit. A while later, at St. Freya High School. Theresa-sama? They'll be returning soon. According to the Genius's indicators, there are 3 people. So quickly? I'm not mentally prepared yet. That was true. After all, it had only been 15 minutes after she heard some shocking news from Rita. Indeed, Rita also arrived here at St. Freya only 20 minutes ago. Looks like Master Siegfried really has 2 very outstanding daughters. Next, we just have to use Cosmic Juggernaut through the beacon that they have set up to lure the Kaslana Stigma space away from Kevin and transfer it to you. We'll be one step closer to defeating Project Sigma and Finality. But Kevin chose to give up this point to start Project Stigma. If not, we would never have had the chance to do what you said. Yes. Or rather, after the sudden initial rise, Project Stigma no longer requires a specific point. From another perspective, when it comes to reclaiming the Earth, or reclaiming to Earth, there is probably no shortcut. Please rest assured, Theresa-sama, you should place more trust on your two nieces. Look, they're really back. Closest path will lead you on the longest road. As how only through the most complex practice can humans enjoy the simplest melody. I can't speak at all. I'm so emotional. Travelers have to knock on every stranger's door to find their own homes. Humans have to drift outside before they can arrive at their final sanctuary. Hi. We're back, Theresa. You didn't expect to see us again so soon, did you? Oh, right. I have to introduce you to... No need for that. Bianca. She's Cecilia's daughter, right? Yes. Huh? Sorry, Theresa-sama. Just now, I shared a long-held secret with Theresa-sama. Isn't this... It's alright, because Theresa-sama is much braver than I imagined. She chose to tell you guys, right, Kiana? Of course. She's Shixel's strongest Valkyrie. She should have this much courage, at least. Kiana, you shouldn't underestimate psychological battles. But in that case, Theresa-sama, shall we give the strongest Valkyrie and the strongest Herrscher some personal space? Alright. There's no danger for now in St. Freya anyway. So, before we officially begin our strategic meeting, everyone would be happy to give the two Kianas some time to themselves. Right, Siegfried? Yeah. Rather than what we think, what they wish to confirm with each other is most important. So, where should we go? How about the fountain? Okay. This day came so abruptly. Yeah, after all, we were still getting to know each other in the front of the church in Colliston not too long ago. Then, it's the first time you told me about bubble universes and what duty meant to you. Soon after, I knew that you were like me, but also had no memories of the time before you were 8 and... I sustained a heavy injury to my head during an accident, so I don't remember anything that happened before that. Look, we were even told the same reason why it happened. So, I'm not surprised. Kiana, are you being considerate towards my feelings? You know my answer, Kiana. Siegfried's daughters, they are two completely different people who live completely different lives. Whether we feel deprecated or proud of it, that's not something that we should do. I know what you mean, but to me, the real Kiana Kaslana is a special existence. This name was once something that the Herrscher of the Void held over me, but in the Herrscher's core's memory, I saw the entirety of that history. She was the first person to treat me kindly. I inherited this name from our father to memorialize the good that she had given to the world, and to bring it to many others. She is who I admire, the starting point of my life. I'm really glad that I still have the chance to say all these to her. Thank you.
ありがとうございます。
それに二人の
And
ゼーレみたいに
just like the two Seles, we can
同
use the
じ名
same
前を
name.
使うのもいいかもね。
That'll throw everyone off, and to me, who have lost my memories, Bianca is a far more important name than Kiana. It is a name I chose for myself, my first partner. It even accompanied me in my 4 years before I crossed the 7 seas and anchored the world. Just like how Kiana accompanied you. Living in this world, in addition to being the children of their parents, they are more themselves. That's what a name does. It helps us know ourselves and hints at the path we'll take in the future. This is what Dr. Tesla once told Mr. Siegfried, and soon after, he gave you the name Kiana.
そうだね。
Yeah. If not for this name that Dad gave me, I could never have won the weakness within me, nor come to where I am today. And it's not just Dad,
ママ、
Mother,
姫
Miss
子先
Himiko,
生、
and everyone who has helped
助
me
けてくれ
before.
た人たち。みんなが
It
美し
is the
さを見
kindness
せ
that
てく
you
れ
have
て、
all shown me,
今ここに
or
ある
shown that
命を
gave me
形作り、
my life today,
私に
gave me the
美しい
belief
世
of
界
fighting
を
for
守る
all
ために
that's
戦う
beautiful in this
っていう
world.
心情を与えてくれ。そして
And it all
そ
began
の
with,
大要素に眠る
back at the refining cabin, when someone was willing to treat her genetically modified clone as her little sister,
私のお姉
my
ちゃん
elder
なん
sister.
だ。名前が
Regardless if her name is Kiana Caslana or Bianca Andagina, I'll always,
ずっと
always be willing to be her little sister and her family.
家族になりたい。
Kiana,
キアナさん、あなたも知っている
you
よ
should
う
know
に
that I've long lost that part of my
私
memories
はもう
about Mr.
あ
Siegfried
の
and
記
about
憶を
you.
失っています。
でも重要
But
な
what's
のは
important is
未来。
future, no?
そうでしょ。
As expected of you.
さすがですね。キアナさん、確かに
Indeed, if we wallow in the past, nobody can continue to welcome the new life and new challenges.
誰もが前へ進み、とある夜の
One night I burned all my memories, and my dreams became transparent. One morning I threw away all yesterday, and since then, my steps have been light.
太陽を見逃したこ
If
と
you
を嘆
shed
いてい
tears
た
when you
ら
miss the sun,
君はこの
you
後
also miss the
星
stars.
々を見逃してしまう。じゃあ
Then,
これ
from
から
now
は
on,
ずっとこう呼
I'm
ぶ
going
ね
to。call you
お姉ちゃん。
Big Sis. Mm-hmm.
はい、
My little sister.
キアナ。
The two destined to live through strange intertwined fates laugh together now, and seemingly could not stop. Of course, the past cannot be changed. But life is always just beginning. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Thou art more lovely, and more temperate. Rough winds do shake the darling buds of May, and summer's lease hath all too short a date. Sometime too hot the eye of heaven shines, and often is his gold complexion dimmed, and every fair from fair sometime declines, by chance, or nature's changing course untrimmed. But thy eternal summer shall not fade, nor lose possession of that fair thou owest. Nor shall death brag thou wanderest in his shade, when in eternal lines to time thou growest. So long as men can breathe or eyes can see, so long lives this, and this gives life to thee. The two chatted happily with their friends for a while. After that, Durandal temporarily returned to the Shixel HQ with the emergency reinforcement Rita. Theresa and Siegfried also established connection with anti-entropy with long-distance signals. Bronya, Sele, what's wrong? You seem so anxious. Sele, don't panic. We don't know much about the situation yet. What's going on? Kiana? In the past half an hour since you've entered the Stigma space, you... Have you seen May? Oh. What? That's probably not good, right? Shit. That was damn long. That was 2 hours for 5 missions. Holy shit. This is a long chapter. Oh my god. Let's continue on. I'm not gonna bother with the new thingy. Not yet. I am very intrigued. What is going on? Where the hell's May? The dream was a sleeping whale that ruthlessly devoured all souls that dared to approach it. People were plankton in the ocean of thought, drifting along the tides of dreams. In the time that seemed to freeze solid, sounds were brought to the ears of the dreaming, one by the ebb and flow. Who's calling me? Am I dreaming? You're indeed in a dream. What you felt was real history projected in the Stigma space. I don't understand a thing. I'm really dreaming? In simpler terms, you're trapped in a dream. If you want to regain freedom, you must find a way to escape this dream. You're not alone. Your dream is fusing together with Rosalia's. So please notice the absurdity of this dream as fast as you can and wake up from it. A sense of falling from height exploded and Lilia jolted awake. She was still in the familiar room, yet she felt empty when she looked at everything, as if something was leaving alongside her dream. Or alongside the dream. So dizzy. Why is the room swaying? No, I'm the one shaking. Only then did she realize that Rosalia was holding her by her shoulders, shaking her vehemently. Lilia, this is bad. Things are real bad. Rosalia, like, go. Keep at it and I'm the one who will feel real bad. Lilia, you're finally awake. Listen, we're in deep trouble. We've been tricked. Tricked? Wait, do you mean Honkai? Of course not. Honkai beasts are nothing before us vodka girls. But aren't the Honkai beasts? Of course they're not monsters from a movie either. Lilia, you're an idiota who can't tell dreams from reality. I finally got a chance to call you an idiota. Wait, does that mean that I'm scolding myself too? Rosalia, what are you talking about? Seeing how Lilia hasn't realized, let this great wise older sister explain. Actually, we're in a dream. Rosalia described everything in the dream, and Lilia got increasingly confused. As the memory suppressed deep within her was evoked, that confusion quickly turned into shock. We're trapped in a dream. That's right. And this dream will only repeat one same day. Genshin vibes. Which means, if it wasn't a dream, the number of shells we've collected would have been enough to fill up the whole dorm in Salt Lake Base. Lilia, you can't possibly be doubting this, can you? Let me think. If this isn't a dream, how can we forget Bronya and Sele, Theresa, those red and blue-haired professors, and so many others? Or do you think it's better to be in a dream? If that's the case, then... No. Even if that's the case, I must bring you out of here. Although there are endless cakes to eat in our dreams, and we can play games non-stop, dreams aren't real, right? No matter how many shells we pick in a dream, we can't bring them into reality. We can't share them with Bronya and the others, too. And... Rosalia, you're too noisy. I can finally breathe. And listen to me closely, Elysia. I don't want to stay in a dream, but something feels really suspicious. Suspicious? Though everything here is weird, but the weirdest thing is, Rosalia can actually make such a reasonable deduction. Of course, I'm very smart, I'll have you know. Nope. Fine. Actually, strange green lady woke me up and told me all this. She also said that because our dreams what was it again? Anyway, it's because we dreamt about the same thing, so as long as I think about meeting you, I can enter your dream. Then, your strong and smart older sister came to your rescue. How's that? Very touching, isn't it, Lilia? To think I'll have the same dream as Rosa, Elysia? How stupid. But well, we're sisters after all. Lilia, what are you mumbling about? I know you must be moved beyond words, but now, we've got more important things to do. We gotta beat this dream to the pulp and find Bronya and the rest. You already know how to get out of here? Of course. First, hit me. The harder the better. Like this? Ah! Rosalia covered her forehead with tears in her eyes and looked around hurriedly. Of course, nothing changed. Weird. Why isn't it working? Oh, that'd be stranger if it did, Elysia. They're hopeless. And deep in this place, built from consciousness and memories, a weak noise rang. Like a ripple in the sea, or a flutter of a butterfly's wings in the wind. It was instantly drowned out by the rumbling of countless souls and left no trace behind. As such, not many could predict whether it would raise a huge tide among the waves of thoughts rushing back and forth. And so, the one dreaming was awoken by the person she dreamt of in her dream. The limited dream withered from the limitless souls and could no longer nourish any wish. So the dreamer walked over the withered shell of the dream and vaguely felt the universe's breath and shape. It'd be great if my story could also end that way. Silently, the consciousness of the girl from the pseudotime crystal left the Olenvia sisters' dream. Sure, that's what I meant. Vodka sisters. She held a few colorful candies in her hands. A present Rosalia gave in her dream just now. Items from dreams should not affect reality, but as a memento for receiving something from a foreign world for the first time, the girl retained it as an imaginary construct. Who would have imagined that Rosalia would be the one to notice the truth behind their dreams? Perhaps it's because the Lilia in their dreams seemed different. She's a good and unexpectedly perceptive older sister. Or maybe, the purer the person, the more unwavering their will? She remembered those pure and driven people she had met before and smiled. What a pity to prevent unpredictable changes in the special time space. I can only do this much. The rest is up to both of you, be it breaking the constraints of your dreams or liberating the hampered future. Please amaze me, the writers of the past and the future. As for me, according to the perception of time from the outside world, long before she had met the other Hyperion, she had already begun working quietly to disrupt Project Stigma's operations without causing too much disturbance. She had never officially resisted Project Stigma, Yet for the Shixel and Anti-Entropy to quickly get back on track after the initial chaos, this time Space Traveler was indispensable. And today, the new humans who can resist had already found their way to fight against the World Serpent. She then returned to the weakest normal human and began to shake Project Stigma directly. Although she could not directly help the humans who have fused with Sigma Space escape, she could give hints to the humans lost in dreams, anticipating that they would, more or less, realize. It's precisely because, in the objective consciousness, dreams have incomparable meanings. So, to meaningless lives, these dreams, ironically, have no value. The girl looked forward. Before her, tens of millions of light orbs floated in the distorted space, shining like fireflies. To her, that was what dreams looked like. For that perfect world to smoothly descend upon us in the future, I must work hard too. Alright. Alright. Don't sleep in too much. Alright. This time, I see. So she's literally like trying to affect every single dream and wake up these people, right? What a chaotic dream. Looks like he's a rather unfortunate person. There were rarely any consolations in an agonizing life, so in dreams, the dreamer would gather all that is blissful to build a messy and incoherent story. In return, the dream would become ironic and fragile, and thus easy to break from within. Terribly sorry to burst your wonderful bubble, but don't worry, I can see you attaining happiness. Although it's completely different from your dreams, I believe that it'll be more beautiful and substantial than your fantasies now. Please do your best. I hope that you can escape this dream and attain real happiness that belongs to you. For someone who's far from happiness, as long as you work hard to grasp your happiness, you'll have a chance to clearly see what happiness really looks like. But according to a human's perspective of time, this was also something that she had learned recently. After Project Stigma had converged with the world before us, she had already seen countless past and futures of humans using the pseudo-time crystal. Yet, until she was no longer a bystander, and after she personally joined this world's operations, only then did she truly understand the hearts and emotions of humankind. She also finally realized how amazing the existence of humanity was. As she couldn't accurately define who she was, she could not precisely define their subjective consciousness. Perhaps in the end, she could only say, humans are but humans. Good and evil, selfishness and selflessness, hope and despair, countless conflicting characteristics clashed and impossibly integrated, adding a myriad of colors to the future in her eyes. Gotta love that alliteration. Infinite futures and possibilities are only meaningful because of these ironic egos. How astounding. It's unforgivable to imprison such lives in unchanging dreams. Although Project Stigma also pursues infinity at its core. Or purses. Purses? Yeah, purses infinity. If we were to lose these individuals with infinite possibilities, how lonely this planet would be. She thought that this must be the reason why she appeared. Alright, time is ticking. Let's keep going. The girl recomposed herself and reached her hand out to another orb of light. What's going on? Did I trigger the Stigma Space's security mechanism? I don't know if this has any influence on them. Let's be more careful. Again, not overly familiar with how to use this battlesuit, so my apologies for my performances. I summoned more? Oof. Seems really good though. And I believe I can recruit her through other means. I'm sure she will also get a rerun at some point, because she's an SP Valkyrie or something, right? Really love the animations on her abilities. Dude, these things are beefy, holy crap. Strange, there's an obstacle here too. Did the world's serpent discover my involvement in the dream world? This thought flashed through Ai's mind, but she quickly denied it. Probably not. I didn't foresee that sort of future from the pseudo-time crystal. After some pondering, she decided to stick with her judgment. After all, as a bystander, this is the most I could do for the world and for them. Let's check out the next stream. Which is where... This is a different light. The moment she touched the shining light, she almost thought she encountered another defense mechanism resistance, but soon after, she noticed that it was the main body of the dream. This discovery raised even more suspicions in her. So even special life forms created by humans can have dreams too. No, rather than dreaming, this is more of like a communication of consciousness. 17,951, 14,622, 1,904. A streak of light slid past her fingertip, and she interpreted the dream before her seriously, her expression changing again and again. Parting with childhood, to think that it has such a significant meaning. Clearly, all of this was beyond the future that she had seen. I almost neglected this part of the story because of the barrier created by Project Stigma in the moon space. I also nearly forgot that humanity's will and decisions can be so laughable yet tragic. But that's precisely why they are especially moving. An electrified orb scattered at her fingertip and floated towards the light orbs in the air. Through this unique artificial mental network, she could communicate with the dreamer temporarily. Since this is your resolve, then I'll help you. Even if all I can do is record the moment of yours in the infinite past and future. I hope that your hard work will bring changes to the world, just as your creator had wished for. Of course, in a good way. Keep on moving. Oh, that is a bad dream. That is a nightmare. That is a bad dream. Wait, this is... Even domineering Hershers cannot escape how Project Stigma imprisons individual lives? Hello there, Grey Serpent. You should know that everything comes at a price, my dear invader. Or should I say, outsider. At that moment, the atmosphere between the two inhuman beings tensed. I tilted her head, examining the Grey Serpent, as if to deduce why he had appeared here, but from his reaction, he had no intentions of amiable communication. Nice to meet you, right, Grey Serpent? This is indeed the first time we've met, but before this, I've long admired your great reputation. On the day Project Stigma began, Battleship Hyperion mysteriously went missing, as it had hidden in an undetectable place. In a single night, the fragments of the bubble universe used to imprison the Hershers received a strange activation, connecting it with the real world. Almost simultaneously, the Shixel and Anti-Entropy respectively discovered the special information hidden behind the imaginary invasion and successfully sustained their island operation. In addition, it even included... Alright, enough talk. You've done your research. Why do you like reading detective novels in your free time? Just part of maintaining order. But interestingly, despite my detailed investigation, I still found nothing about your origin. About that. Naturally, I wouldn't tell you myself. Fine, that's alright. This is just obligatory curiosity I have for enemies. Even if you have no origin, it doesn't stop me from treating you like foreign matter. This phrasing may be vulgar, but it's true, isn't it? Other than an external force of unknown origin, I can't imagine what other sort of nameless pawn can trouble Project Stigma so. Why is it that the more special the entity, the more it cannot understand Sire's good intentions, be it a problematic existence like you, or those new humans who are Hershers and awakened? So those dreams just now, you also... Yes, very regretfully, although they are indispensable gears for reconstructing order on Earth, to ensure that they do not make severe mistakes while hatching, I can only invite one of the key members to go back to her dreams. And, looking at the content of her dreams, it's not bad for her either. Gears. Are they referring to May? Isn't it fortunate to be useful enough to act as a tool? Grey Serpent held up a dimming light orb. After all, those Hershers who aren't even as valuable as tools can only stay here. So, as a human, it's better to make yourself a little more useful. The world is too cramped now. There's no space for trash. Now, I finally understood why she had felt disgusted with Grey Serpent. That was truly a robot in the shape of a human. It doesn't possess consideration for lives, nor the warmth of life. No, more accurately, it was his cold reasoning that made him more detestable than the entities who simply possess none. Alright then. I suppose it's difficult for you, born with the duty, to think outside of value and purpose. Then, as an observer who is closer to humans, let me give you a suggestion. Humans do not have value or purpose to begin with. It is precisely because they do not objectify. They have the potential to overcome everything. Sympathizing with humans. Sounds like you have something in common with those pretentious people from Sixel and Anti-Entropy. Indeed, for the stability of the people, civilization does need a placebo. But now, people of the past are no more. Pity, you chose the wrong side at the wrong time. Although it's unnecessary, this doesn't stop the world's serpent from bestowing our form of care on humans. You mean those never-ending dreams? Vast is the power of origin. All things owe to it their beginning, and it nurtures all in the universe. To them, those dreams are their entire world. In fact, their universe. Dreams here originate from humanity's authentic memories. If not for external influences, they will be an ideal, flawless heaven. I remember a colleague who always said, humans only believe in what they wish to believe in. So compared to watching everything crumble as you sink into endless solitude and unavoidable death, wouldn't it be better to welcome eternity in an ideal and mystical manner? That's more humane, is it not? Humans will not stop here. I've seen their future. Oh, the privilege of an intruder. Rather than a privilege, it's my personal conviction. I just want you to understand humans more, and also to understand yourself more. It's not too much to ask for, right? She threw something towards Grey Serpent, who subconsciously dodged it. The candy returned to electric discharge and Honkai energy as it flew to Grey Serpent and disappeared by his side. At the same time, a feeling similar to a neuron electrical impulse flashed through his central controller. Just sharing a candy that my friends gave me. Because their dreams are a construct of imaginary space, we can feel what they feel this way. Sweet, isn't it? Grey Serpent felt a little uncomfortable. He suddenly began to suspect if conversing with this outsider would really be productive. Regardless, she seemed more whimsical and unpredictable than he had expected. Yet, she did not notice his silence. She turned another candy into electrical arcs in her hands and smiled joyfully. Ah, tasty! But the friend who gave me this candy said that in her dreams, candies have no taste and games aren't fun either. After that, she fell into another child's dream with a bam. Probably because she did not merely want the candy itself, but the moment she gets the candy, or the moment she shares the candy with someone else. But rest assured, I really did nothing to their dreams, but those dreams are too fragile. Even the slightest shock can break them. If not for more pressing issues, I think everyone would realize that they're trapped in a dream if you gave them time, in 10 or 20 years. At that time, the so-called heaven would become an unsalvageable hell. After all, although VR games are fun, being trapped in a VR game is a completely different story. Ask Kirito. What a joke. Stigma is the crystal of human thoughts and will. When a human fuses with a dream, the stigma space already possesses everything the human has. You, like those pitiful, unawakened ones, only believe in what you want to believe in. But humans don't have an answer. Or rather, most people don't know what they want. They search because they are lost, and they get lost in the search. They pioneer and create miracles through arduous means, and finally break free from their initial confusion. So in the real world, dreams that can only repeat history cannot simulate the future they can create. Such desire, greed, or maybe unpredictability? They're the reasons why I like humans. Humans can dream at night only because they parted with yesterday to welcome a new tomorrow. I smiled gently. It was only then that Grey Serpent directly felt her anomaly as an existence from outside this world. You sure know how to talk. But what does that have to do with Project Stigma? My job is to protect the Stigma space, not to understand humans. Project Stigma definitely won't fail. This only is a belief that I swear my life on. Which means, it doesn't matter if they wake up from their dreams, the future of those precious or previous humans no longer exists. All in all, for civilization to end its childhood, we need them to give way. Oh my, an enemy who is unreasonable and apathetic. What a pain. I should have left you with a real protagonist if I knew it was going to turn out like this. But to ensure that their much anticipated future can arrive safely, I should restrain you. Don't underestimate this intruder. Boom! Dude. So good. Looks like I've been held back for way longer than I expected. Well then, I'll see you again. Yeah, that's right, you better run. You better run. Unfortunately, that's my call. What? Having interacted with a few dreams, she was undoubtedly familiar with her condition. A sensation one could only feel in a dream. Is my consciousness merging with the Stigma space? You definitely understand humans. But you don't seem to understand emulation. Stigma space gathers all of humanity's consciousness and knowledge. That means that any existence, even one as strange as you, can be captured by Project Stigma, as long as you have a consciousness similar to that of a human's. So this is why you've been arguing with me about the truth, to buy time for this capture. Why else would I bother discussing the previous humans with you? Truthfully speaking, they could walk on their hands and I wouldn't be surprised. While you were racking your brains to speak for the humans, all your words have made you the perfect target for Project Stigma. A foreign anomaly. So what? Under Project Stigma's influence, nothing can overcome Sire's will, regardless if it's you or finality. In fact, even Sire himself. So you mean that I can dream too? Perhaps nobody would have imagined that when our world was being reconstructed, when humanity approached the void, an observer similar to a human would try to close her distance from humanity. And because of that, she would land herself in an inescapable trap. On the contrary, this assures me. Although ending this now leaves me rather unsatisfied, I've already done what needs to be done. So to me, this is evidence that everything I've done was not in vain. Feeling sympathy for yourself, like a human? If you also empathize with humans' dreams with your heart, you wouldn't say that. What? Should I give you a manual for cardiovascular surgery? That's not funny. I can foresee the most probable past and future for this world. Ever since I was born, I've been showing new possibilities to humanity, trying to bring them a better future. Yet, I'm not sure what a better future really entails for humans. Was the help I provided really meaningful? Or was it just my wishful thinking? But in the end, Project Stigma captured me. Although this has prevented me from helping any further, it means that humanity's will has acknowledged me. I finally know that this is no wishful thinking. Isn't it something I should celebrate? For an anomaly with the potential to interfere with time and space, your vision is shockingly short-sighted. From a normal human's perception of time, as a bystander, I point the way for the world tens of thousands of times every hour. But compared to doing such monotonous work, I want to support them with my heart. In the pseudo-time crystal, from a human's perspective, the time I spend with them is practically endless. It's like reading along a dramatic story where the characters tug at my heartstrings, smile when they are happy, and I cry when they are sad, if that's not breaking the fourth wall. And now, as the story reaches its climax, rather than offering the future I like them on to them on a silver platter. Again, breaking the fourth wall. They know. I want to tell them, you've all worked hard. I'll always be with you. That's the type of character I wish to be. Truly words you could say when you're on top of the world. But regretfully, this world only needs one coordinator. She looked at Grey Serpent, her eyes full of unspeakable pity and compassion. Although every existence has its limits, you must agree that you have to rely on a potential that was neglected in the past to go further. What a pity. No. I think that all of you already understand. You just don't know yet. The girl's body became fuzzier over time, and finally disappeared without a trace as she merged into one with the vast world of dreams. Grey Serpent looked as she disappeared, seemingly despondent. Farewell, intruder. If you had not been blinded by humans, we've had more constructive topics to discuss. The world sank into silence again, to be reacquainted with one's life in a dream, only to fall back into a chaotic dream. Well, shit. Now what? May! What? Hey, what happened to you? Why am I here? Kiana?
メイ先輩
May,
あそこの椅子でちょっ
want
と
me to help
休
you
まない
over to that chair for a rest?
大丈夫よ。
I'm fine.
さっ
I
きは
don't
な
know
ぜ
why,
か
but
急
when
に
I
め
or
まいが
what?
した
I
け
don't
ど
know why I
今
suddenly
は
felt
だいぶ良く
dizzy,
なってるから。
but I feel better now.
まさか
Is it because of
ジ
the
ェッ
roller
トコース
coaster?
ターのせいですか？
さあ、どうか
I'm
しら。
not sure.
そんなわけないでしょ
Probably not.
メイ先
May
輩
didn't
と乗って
react
た
at
時
all when we were on
何
it.
もな
ええ
Yeah,
さっきは
you were the only one
キア
screaming
ナだけが
just
叫
now.
んで
Ronya's ears
ロ
hurt
ーニャ
from
の
your
耳が
screams.
なるほど
Oh, it must be because Kiana was too loud.
きっ
That's
と
why
キア
May
ナが
feels
大声
unwell.
で叫んだ。
ちょっと
Hey! The whistling wind, humid air, and Kiana's screams, these recent sensations were seemingly jumbled together in that temporary yet intense dizziness.
それならメイ
Then,
姉様
does May still want
ま
to play?
だ遊び続けますか？
もちろんよ。
Of course.
先月
We planned this since a month ago.
それに、少なくと
It's
も
rare to
連
have
休
such a
なん
long
てめった
vacation.
にないもの。それとも
Or maybe
キアナ
Kiana's
ちゃん
already had
もう
enough?
満足できたのかしら。
まだだよ
Of course not.
あと1
I can still play all day. No, I can still play all week.
でも
バカキアナ。
Kiana
メイ
Elysia.
姉様はキアナが
May
遊
said
びたい
that
と
because
分
she
かってる
knows
か
that
ら
you still want to
そう言
play.
った。
ブローニャ
Bronya. Although the strange dizziness had yet to fade completely, they were having a great time now. Their first present from Principal Theresa after Honkai had ended. It's a dream. The best way to show their gratitude would be to have as much fun as they could. Should be, right? Oh boy.
こんにちは。この辺に何か面白いアトラクションはありますか？
君たちは初めて来たんだよな。
Yes, it is.
僕は2回も年パスを買ったよ。
I was getting like Madville V vibes for some reason.
僕に言わせれば乗ってないものは全部試してみるといいよ。
I need to wake up from this dream. Pirate ship?
キアナちゃん、ブローニャちゃん。
Kiana,
次に
Bronya,
行きたいアトラ
what
ク
do
シ
you
ョン
guys want to play
何がいい
next?
見えたやつに乗ろうよ
How about we try whatever we see? Then we won't have to
ブロー
decide.
ニャは
What do you think, Bronya?
はい。ブロ
Bronya's
ー
alright
ニ
with
ャはそれ
that.
でいいと思います。
If we walk down, or if we walk along this path, there should be plenty of attractions that we haven't tried yet.
それじゃあ出発しましょう。
Then let's go. I hope the queues aren't too long. Hi. Is that Elysia? Is that Elysia?
可愛い少女たち。
Cuties! I heard you all discussing what to play next, right?
話をしていた
Hell
わよ
yes.
でしょ？
あ、そう
Ah,
だよ
yes.
相談しても答
We
え
didn't
が出
decide
な
on
かった
anything
から
though.
適
So
当
we'll
に
just
た
go
ど
with
り
the
着いた
flow
先のやつに
and
乗ろ
look
う
for
かと
fun
思って
wherever we go.
あ
Oh my, that sounds great. But
ら、でも
there's so many attractions here. It'll be a pity to only play those on one
こ
path,
の道
no?
にあるものだけを遊ぶなんてつまり
What I mean is, without a professional's help, I'm afraid you'll waste your time queuing up. When you're done with this path, everyone would already be clocking off.
それで
So this unnamed lady, are you a professional who's
あな
here to
た
help?
が助けに来たプロなんですか？
ご名答よ。
That's right. You're a smart one.
ご覧の通り
As you can see,
私は
I'm the professional guide of this amusement park. Naturally, I answer any question that that any adorable girls may have, and bring them around to have an amazing time here. I mean, this should be a dead giveaway to May. Like, May should just immediately pick up on it and be like, yeah, you're not supposed to be here.
でも入園するときは別に
But we didn't ask for a guide when we entered the park.
今からでも遅くはないわ。
It's not too late to ask for one now.
ほら、
See,
あそこの
that AI guide machine over there? Click customer service on the main screen and choose 5-star guide Miss Pink Elf. Isn't it super simple? Just like this and this. Look, you have to scan this code now.
ちょっと待ってください。
Wait, let us think about it.
考えさせバカキアナ。
Kiana
彼
Elysia,
女のことを
don't
お
you
かし
think
いと
she's
思わない
too
ですか？
strange?
そういえ
Now
ば
that you mention it,
ちょっとね
she is.
メイ先輩は
What do you
どう
think,
思う
May? Deadpan. True. I think it's only reasonable to reject a mysterious stranger who's overfamiliar and outwardly suspicious. But for some reason, even though they did not know each other, even though she had said to reject her, May still couldn't find a way to refuse.
私は
I
さっきの
think
お客さんが言ってた
she's the really
超
pretty
美
guide
人のガイド
that the other guests were talking about.
外見だけで判断
Looking at her appearance, she does match the description.
態度も
As for her attitude,
私の知ってい
I
る
remember
ガイ
all
ドさん
guides to be rather
みんなこん
similar.
な感じよ
I see. Looks like May really wants the guide or this guide service, huh?
ええ
Yeah.
メイ先輩がそう言うなら
Since you say so,
じゃ
we're
あ
counting on you,
エリシア
Miss Elysia.
これからよろしくね
お役に立てて光栄
I'm
よ
glad to be of help.
そういえば
Alright, I still don't know the name of this pretty white-haired lady.
私
Me? I'm Kiana.
キアナだよ
Kiana Kaslana,
キアナか
月の女
the
神
moon goddess. What a beautiful name. Thanks. You have a beautiful name too.
あんたの名前も素敵
Mm-hmm.
私
I
も
think
そ
so
う思
too.
うわ
So,
だ
do you want to guess what Elysia means?
なんだか
I feel like this is a trick question.
ちょっと意地悪
エリシアの
What Elysia means?
エリシ
Elysia. Have I heard this name somewhere?
その名前
There's no way she
ど
would
こかで
forget
聞
her.
いたことが
May unconsciously recited the name and felt as if it had something, or as if something had fallen on her palm, like fine sand. But just as she wanted to grasp it, scattered in the wind. She wallowed in the frustration of having lost the answer, and did not even hear anything Kiana and the others said afterwards. I thought that maybe she just kind of wanted to like stay in this dream world a little bit, just so that way she could spend a little bit more time with Elysia. But then again, I think about the end of like everything that happened with the Elysian realm, and how that parting was kind of tough for her. So maybe she just legitimately forgets Elysia in this dream world, which is kind of odd. I would think that like her memories of Elysia would transcend that, but that's just my own personal opinion. Until the piercing screech of a megaphone brought May back to her senses.
メガホン
Megaphone? Oh my! I've spoken too much. I'm just so weak and gentle, and pretty girls like Kiana. At this rate, even a pro can't guarantee that you'll all get to play the attractions you like. So please follow Miss Elf, and let's have a great time. As she spoke, she turned around and ran towards the claw machine as indicated on the road sign. Come back, Elysia!
メイ姉様
Hey,
どう
something
かしま
wrong?
したかそうだよ
Yeah, May's been awfully
さっきから
quiet.
口
Well, I'm just thinking,
私は
what to play after
クレ
catching
ーンゲ
dolls?
ームがそういうことは
Leave that to the guide.
メイはただ
As a tourist, all you have to do is enjoy yourself. Ta-da!
これが遊園地で
This is the most popular attraction in the amusement park. Doll catch. What a huge claw machine.
大きいクレーンゲームぬいぐるみじゃなく
This isn't for catching dolls, it's for catching humans.
だってブローニャ
Don't you think that doll sounds cuter and more attractive?
それに私たち
For
のよう
example,
な可愛い
Bronya is such a doll. Sounds much cuter,
可愛
right?
らしい遊びが似合うでしょ
その理屈があって
Makes sense, but this is a different story.
それ
細かいところは
Don't mind the
気にしないで
details, just think of it as a special claw machine. Alright?
特別
Special.
とにかくクレーンゲーム
Anyway, before we begin, let's assign our roles.
メイ先輩は
May wasn't feeling well just now. How about we let May catch us?
構いません
Bronya won't be
ブ
caught.
ローニャは
Oh, okay. I really have to go ahead of them, don't I? Gotcha.
メイ先輩はブローニャを捕まえるべきだよ
What? Gotcha.
姉様にブローニャの行動を予測されるなんて
Gotcha.
姉様制していません
I am not cheating. I am just a claw game expert. Right? Right?
姉様にブローニャの行動を
No,
予
no
測
troubles.
されるなんて
No troubles at all. Eh. And I mean, you know, they're kind of moving incredibly slow. So. Boop.
メイ先輩はブローニャを捕まえるべきだよメイ先輩
Gotcha.
って意外とこういうのが得意なんだね
Oh, baby.
意外とこういうのメイ先輩
So
ってば
tough. So tough.
絶対わざとだよね。キアナの反応が遅いからでしょ。
どうだった
How is it?
楽しめたか
Did
し
you
ら
all have fun?
もちろんだよ。
Of course. Thanks for bringing us here. But aren't you going to join us, Elysia?
人が多い方
It'll be more fun with another player. Dude, I'm the guide. If I lose myself in the fun and forget my job, that wouldn't be fun, would it?
それにクレーンゲーム
And
は
Doll Catch is just the first highlight of the members package.
フリスビーやバイキング
Like the Big Hammer Pirate Ship and Balloon Pop, the queues for those are really long. You guys probably haven't tried them out yet, right?
ちなみに私
On
の
this
一番
note,
のおすすめ
I
は
personally recommend Balloon Pop the most.
バルーンシュート。
Balloon Pop? It does sound very interesting.
私は構わない
I'm
けど
cool with that. What about man?
みんなと一緒
As
な
long
ら
as we're together,
何でもいい
anything is fine. Oh, such an enviable relationship. In that case, let's play Balloon Pop next.
バル着いたわよ
We're here.
バルーンシュート
Balloon
は
Pop
普
looks
通に
really
見える
normal.
ね
I thought that it'd have a,
クレーンゲームと同じように
complex design like Doll
複雑な
Catch.
デザインなのメイは分かって
Oh,
ない
how
わね
naive of you.
乙女のゲーム
A
には
girl game
優雅
needs
さ
to
と余裕
proceed
が必要なの
elegantly and calmly.
複雑すぎるデザイ
An
ン
overly
なんて
complex design
むしろ
would ruin the
美しさと
aesthetics.
台無し乙女の
Girl
ゲーム
game? I feel like I've heard that somewhere
どこかで
before.
聞いたことがあるセリフねとにかく今回
This
は
time,
3
three of you could challenge each other.
かすらな
I'll show you how awesome Kaslana Gunkata is.
重装ウサギは負け
Project
ません
Bunny won't lose.
すごい意気込みね
Such zestful pump-up
メイは何
speeches.
か言わない
Does
の
May have anything to say?
遠慮する
No.
わゲームだと思ってるの
I'm the
は
only one
私
who
一人
took
だけ
it
な
as a
のかし
game.
ら3人目の選手
Looks like our
は
third
少し照れてるみたいね
contestant's a little shy. In that case, shall we cut to the chase? Doing what now? Oh, I remember this. This is something that I did last time, wasn't it? I remember doing this. This was something that this is a mini game that happened before. I feel like it was actually in the amusement park with what's her face?
キアナちゃんとブローニャちゃんが
Vilvi. I don't know why it slipped my mind.
珍しいわねまあいいわ
Stop,
今
Kiana.
はバルーンに集中しましょうさすがメイ
Stop,
逆
Kiana.
襲だったわね
Kiana, stop. Dude, I'm aiming that perfectly. This is bull. Dude, this was heated. Kiana was like, holy crap. She was on me. That's a surprising result. I think you have what it takes to be a sharpshooter. Looks like you two are left wanting more. So, shall we play another round of Pop a Balloon? No, do I have to? But I don't want to. Why do I have to play it twice?
静かね
It's so quiet.
二人はゲームが始まると何も喋らないもの集中しすぎてるの
Kiana,
かしら
stop going for the red ones, Kiana. Or the gold ones. I need them! Kiana, damn it. Oh,
予想外の結果
that's a surprising result. I think you have what it takes to be a sharpshooter. Elysia, did you just repeat what you had said? Huh?
そうかし
Did
ら
I? Must have heard wrong.
いいえ
No, I'm sure I
聞き間違いなんかじゃ
didn't.
ないわキアナちゃん
Kiana, Bronya, have you
二人とも
noticed?
気づい
Yeah, she did say it
同じ
twice.
言葉を2回 SF 映画に
If someone in a
同じ言葉を何度も
sci-fi
繰り
flick
返す
repeats
人
what they said many
相
times,
手は人間じゃなくて
Bronya will suspect she's not a human but an android.
ブローニャの仮説は
How bold of you to
結構
assume
大
that.
胆ねじゃあ
Does any one of you want to confirm it? You could pinch my face or rub my hand or something.
手を今のはただ
I was only testing if that was a pitch used by tour guides to improve customer satisfaction.
もう
Seriously,
どうしてみん
why
な
must
目
everyone
的がない
believe
と
everything is
人を
done
動
on
かさないっ
purpose?
て思う
Thought we were very close friends.
友達
Friends.
とにかく
Regardless of whether I'm an android, at least I've been a great tour guide so far, right? If we say part now, we may never meet in the amusement park again. Won't it be a real pity if you miss out on a beauty such as me?
それはどうして
What are my feelings?
だからね
So try and trust me a little more,
私のことを
okay?
信じてみて
May was faced with a familiar choice. Furthermore, that faint dizziness clung to her nerves again. Part with the strange tour guide now? Or continue to peer into Elysia's goal? Doubtfully. May waited for her two companions to speak their minds. Yet they were just as lost in thought and did not respond to Elysia.
エリシア
Elysia?
次
What's the
の
next
アトラクションは
attraction?
何
You've made your choice.
メイはもう
Then I better get serious.
本来なら
I was going to take you to the roller coaster again, but being a wise guide, I just had a better idea.
これから体験す
What
る
we're
のは
going to experience is the hidden attraction. A few moments later, ta-da! We're here.
でも
I don't see anything.
何もないみたい宝探
It's
し
a
ゲー
treasure
ムな
hunt.
の
So, what fun would it be to put the treasures at the start? But then again, that'd be
も
original.
ちろん
Of course, if Kiana likes it bold, such as purring in my arms, I might just have to hand you the treasures. No,
そういう
that's
意味
not what I
じゃ
meant.
ないから
Elysia, if the treasure hunt is a hidden attraction,
宝探しゲームが
What are the
隠しアト
treasures?
ラクションなら
内
a
緒よ
secret!
それが一
What
体
they are
何
and
な
what
の
makes them special, you'll see when you find them. Okay. Travel guidebook dropped by someone.
バージョンだけで見ると
Judging by its format, it seems to be an edition released much earlier than
かなり
ours,
前のものかしら
でも汚れが一切
but
なく
it's as clean as a new copy.
みたいですね
An amusement park ticket folded square.
日付は
The date field is blank? Something not right there. Something not right there. That's all I'm saying. A slightly damaged student ID booklet. The symbol of Chiba Academy was printed on it.
千葉学園
Chiba Academy. The inside of the booklet stunned her.
私の生徒手帳
What's my student ID booklet
どう
doing
して
here?
こんなところに
She looked to Kiana in search of an answer.
特別かどうかだ
In
けで考
terms
え
of
ると
specialness, this might be the first treasure Elysia mentioned.
一つ
なるほど
Guess I misunderstood what she meant
なん
by
だか私の奥で
treasures.
もまさかこれ
I
を
never
取り
thought I'd
戻す日
recover
が
it.
来るなんて
I don't even remember when
いつどんなところ
and
で
where I
なくし
lost
た
it.
のかも覚えて
Dazed by the girl smiling immaturely in the photo, May felt as if she was not staring at at her younger self, but a lookalike from a distant planet. If there was a mirror, she might actually look into it to find out how different they were.
そういえば
Speaking of which,
同じ学園だけ
although
ど
Chiba Academy and St. Freya
千
are
葉
both
学園
high
と聖フ
schools,
レイヤは
they feel entirely
全然
different.
違うわよね最初は確
I
か
remember Kiana didn't
キアナち
transfer
ゃん
in
の
for
勉強じゃ
studies,
なくて
but the student
ジェイク・
status
フリ
to
ーザさん
search
の
for
行方を
Mr.
探す
Siegfried
ため
more
に学生をして
conveniently.
たのよね
そうだね
Yeah,
メイ先輩とは
that and we
同
weren't in
じ
the
学
same
年じゃなか
grade.
ったし
We didn't cross
あの
paths
頃
at
の私
first,
私の知ってるメイ
as,
先輩
and my knowledge of May was limited to the nickname Lightning Queen.
つまり
Ah,
ウラル
like
の銀
the
狼と
Silver
同
Wolf
じ
of the
ように
Urals.
千葉学園
May had a
の
famous
お姉様
nickname
が
at Chiba
そう
Academy?
いうゆ
ある角度から見れば
It was pretty famous,
確か
in a
に
way.
有名だったかもしれない
That wasn't a good thing, though.
で
More like a horrible thing, she thought. A nickname is a stereotype imposed on an individual by a group. Once formed, it can rarely be changed. All subsequent actions of said individual will be tainted by their nickname. Over time, people may be influenced by nicknames to the point of agreeing with stereotypes.
でも今振り
But
返って
looking
みる
back
と
now, I
どうして
understand
そう
why
な
those
った
things
のかも
happened.
理解裕福な家
I had a
庭
wealthy family and
成績
excellent
もいい
grades,
し
but
なのに口
was
数が少なく
laconic
て
and
登下
chauffeured
校
to
を
and from
迎えたく
school. Everyone believed their heiress, or this heiress had very high standards. I can read, I know English, and was driven by profit. Worst of all, I thought this was how socializing was supposed to be. It wasn't until misfortune struck my family that I realized I was living in a bubble. Now that I think of it, I only needed a real friend. Of course, she didn't need to stand up for me when my classmates badmouthed me, or lend me her umbrella when I forgot mine. She just needed to talk and share food with me during lunch break. And this memory wouldn't pain me. Yep. Kiana's reaction startled me. She thought Kiana would have much to say about the subject matter and the dreams she had. What's wrong, man? Never mind. Now that we've found the first treasure, let's move on to the next. Okay. Yeah, she knows something's up. She's getting the hint now. She's totally like, this isn't right. Kiana not add her own monologue? What? Futuristic robot model. Feels like something Bronya likes. This model counts as a treasure as well? The Bronya is more than happy to keep it. The Elysia poster. Ah, shit. An adorable white cat glove puppet. I'll put it away. Alright, what's the next one? This next one's gonna be a big one. An old bamboo sword. This is... May picked it up. On a sudden impulse, she readied her body, focused her mind, and swung it down swiftly. Phew. Wow, you're amazing! What's that move? It's not a move. It's a Saburi, the most basic practice swing in Kendo. Wait, weren't you there just now? That's because you found the second treasure too quickly. Well, isn't it special? As a gift from my father when I first began practicing Kendo, it's special enough. But don't you find it strange that an item in my family's storage is in an amusement park? I mean, the game designer tailored this game for you, so it's natural for the treasures to be associated with you. Besides, aren't you happy about visiting an amusement park and reliving the good old days with your friends? She hesitated when she should not have. Elysia, however, seemed to have foreseen her response. She only smiled at her encouragingly. In the silence, several petals brushed past her hilt-gripping hand, taking her mind back to many years ago. At that time, her father demanded her to swing a sword 300 times a day. Despite her fatigue, the force and accuracy of her swings must not lessen, or she should have she would have had to start over after resting. To the girl who didn't yet understand why she must swing, the Saburi session quickly became her most painful time of day. It took her a year to swing 300 times in one go. Then her father set the goal to 400 times. In comparison, the present was extremely fun, yet a few attractions somehow managed to tire her out. She tilted her head to look at Kiana and Bronya. As she thought, they didn't say anything while she was thinking. About whether I'm happy or not. I feel... Alright. May, how gentle of you to say that. However, sometimes being honest brings better results. Better results? May mulled over the two words and quickly sensed a subtle incongruity. If she should be honest with a dear friend, then why did she answer her so ambiguously? Was it because she didn't want to spoil their fun? She didn't want to upset them, or she didn't want this fake dream to end? After breaking through the foggy dizziness, she smelled reality.
エリシア
Elysia, you're
あ
right.
なたの言う通り
Sometimes being honest
たま
does
には
bring
素
better
直になっ
results.
た方が
メイ姉様
Hey, what do
ど
you
うかし
mean?
ましたか？
メイ先
Hey,
輩
what are you talking about?
一体なんでもないわ
Nothing. Just lamenting the fact that I got
ま
tricked
さかこんな
into such a
稚
tacky
拙な夢
dream.
に振り回され
If
た
word gets
なん
out,
て
I'll be teased to death by the
本物
real
のキア
Kiana
ナ
and
ちゃんや
Bronya.
ブローニャちゃん
Bronya, I
あなた
remember
は
you
さっ
said,
き SF 映画
if
に
someone in a
同じ言
sci-fi
葉を
flick
何度も
repeats what
繰
they
り
said
返す
many
人がい
times,
たら
we'll suspect she's
相
not
手は
human
人
but an
間じゃなく
android.
てじゃあ
Isn't
あ
your
なたの
maid just like
メイ
that?
姉様だ。そしてキアナちゃん
And
あ
Kiana,
れす
you
ごくミスが
have
多
so
か
many
った
flaws that I've been
私
unconsciously
が無意識
justifying
に
them.
ボロに気づい私がゲームに集中して
The
た
real
時
you
や
would never stay quiet when I'm playing games or talking to Elysia.
本当な
Oh,
どうやらメイは
you've got the hang of the reverse red light, green light game.
転んだの法則を
ええ
Yeah,
私が見てる
only
時だけ
reacting
判
when I
断
looked
し
at them, and standing still when I look away. Reverse red light, green light is an accurate
だるま
analogy.
さんが転んだの逆バージョンって表でも
Despite
全て
it
が
all
偽
being
りだとし
fake,
ても
I want to thank you.
私はあなたたちにだって
This is an amusement park
こ
after
こは
all.
遊園地だもの
The instant May pointed out the nature of the dream, the Kiana and Briona under her watch immediately disappeared.
まるで削除ボタンを
Their
押さ
exit
れた
is
ような対
as
応よね。
brisk as the press of
我慢が
delete.
足りないと思う
I
な。
thought it'd be more dramatic.
そうね
Yep.
久しぶりね
Long time no see, Elysia. Hi.
久しぶり。
Long time no see.
そう返
I'd
事し
love to say
たけど。
that. If I were the Elysia you want to see the
メイが
most,
一番会いたいエリシアじゃないと。
分かってる
I know.
ただこんな
I
風に
just feel like
話して
saying
み
it.
たかっただけだから
私、
Oops.
メイ
Did
の
I
願いを
accidentally destroy your
壊
wish?
しちゃったかしら。
I gotta fix
ダメ
this.
だね。久しぶり
Long
ね。
time no see, May.
メイ、
ええ
Yeah.
久しぶり
Long time no see.
そんなに嬉しそうに
Seeing
してる
May
メイ
happy
を見てると。
makes us guide
大の
Elysia
エリの私も
just as
嬉しい
happy.
わ。
ガイド
Guide Elysia?
妖精エリ
That
を思い出
reminds
し
me
た
of Elf Elysia.
彼女の仕
She
事
was
は
the keeper of the
データ室
archives,
の
but
管理者
also
だから
acted as a guide for
私を
me.
導いてくれたことに感謝
あら、
Whoa,
もう一
there's
人の
another
私がい
me?
るの？
And in order of
登場の
appearance,
順番
she
から
seems
考
to
え
be
た
my
ら
predecessor.
その妖精エリとやらは。でも、
But I won't lose anyone when it comes to guiding tourists. Her declaration made May realize something. She realized this was a dream, but this did not change anything. She was still trapped here. She could not channel her Hersher authority, and Elysia, who should have disappeared alongside Kiana and Bronya.
それは
I think this can be
私と彼
attributed
女
to
た
the
ちのあ
difference
り方が
in the way
違う
we
からかも
exist.
しれないわね。
待って
Wait,
どうして
How do you know
私
what's on
の
my
考え
mind?
がわかるの
あら、つい。
whoops, I got ahead.
とにかく、
Anyway,
彼女たちは
They're
確
just your
実にメイ
dreams.
自身の夢よ。幼い頃、
I like the imaginary friends we draw when we were little. They'll vanish when you stop believing in them.
でも私は
But I'm still closely
メイが
connected
受
to
け
the
継いだ
signets
刻印や
you've
これ
inherited
から入手する
and
方
the
々と
treasures you're
関
about to
係がある
find. I'm less
感受
sensitive
性
but
として
more
は
stable
純
than
粋な
them,
存在じゃないけど、
which is all that
現
matters
状
now.
は安定性の方がずっと大事だ。
なるほど
I see.
そう考えると
Had you not popped out and diverted my attention little by little, I might still be blissfully playing the reverse
私は
red light,
逆
green
だる
light
まさん
game.
がこれ
メイ、
May,
気を
you
引
should
くの
say,
方が正しいと思う
garner
よ
your attention. You haven't
変わっ
changed.
てないわね
ところでメイは
But that implies you're quite satisfied with the image of Guide Elysia.
まさか他の
You
イ
have
メージ
other
も持ったり
images?
するの
もちろんよ。
Duh. I have like 13 images, and each image has more than one style.
でも、私がどんな
But what
姿
I'll
で現
appear
れる
as
か
ultimately depends
やっ
on
ぱ
the
りお客
tourist.
さん、例
For
え
example,
ば
if you and Calpus are on the best terms,
あ
I'll automatically transform into Butler Calpus to guide you.
戦後で例えると思ったわ
Somehow I guessed you'd use Calpus as an example.
話を戻すけど
Anyway,
わざと体
you
験したこと
purposely
のあ
took
るアト
me
ラク
to
シ
the
ョンに案内
games I
したり
played and repeated
会話
what
中に
Elysia
エリシア
said
が
to
話
me
した言葉
in
を
order
口
to
に
lead
した
me
り
to
し
the
たのに
realization that this is
全て
just a
が夢
dream,
だ
right?
と私
その通りよ。
Mm-hmm.
でもメイは
But you're much more perceptive than I thought. I thought you wouldn't realize something was wrong until the third treasure.
三つ
The
目の
third treasure?
そ
Is
れ
it
があ
the
なた
real
が言
treasure
っ
you
た
mentioned? God, Elysia closed her eyes and gave it some thought.
本当のお宝が何な
About
の
what the
か
real treasure is, what it does, how to find it, where it's hidden, why I am who I am, what I
それ
exist
から
for.
私は実際
I don't have a clue
私
either.
にも
In
全然
fact,
わかる。
つまり
In other words, we'll only know if the real treasure, or it's the real treasure if we find it. But if you really don't know anything, when I found the bamboo sword, why did you...
大丈夫ついてきて3つ目のお宝の場所に
Oh, she's guessed where it's hidden, okay.
心当たりゲームの考案者の考え
It
そうな
means
ところを
thinking
探
like a
せばいい
treasure hunt
ってことよ
designer, sure.
例えばあそこ
Such as there. An envelope appearing to contain something important, but after opening it, only a blank crumpled letter was found.
どういうこと
What?
絶
My
対
hunch
に
said it was
何かが
hiding
隠さ
something.
れてるって私の勘がそう言ってたのに
大丈夫よもう少
It's
し
fine.
探しま
Let's
しょ
keep looking. Why didn't they try to read the crumbled letter? It says it was blank, but I don't know. Something appeared to be hidden here, but a closer look revealed nothing. This is a pretty lousy treasure hunt, is all I'm
うか
saying.
えって効率が下がった気がするわ
メイ心の声が聞こえてるわよ
Alright, show me the real treasure, Elysia, please. A delicate, quaint wooden box.
どうしてここにあるのか
Why is it here? May open the box. Inside lay a violet omamori.
メイそれは何
May, what's this?
とても素敵ね
It looks lovely.
これは
This is the omamori my
お
mother
母
sought
様
for
が
me.
私のためにいただいてきた
The abnormality made her stop.
ガイドエリ
God, Elysia, you...
ーあなた
Uh-oh.
少し急だけ
This
ど
is sudden. But I guess you figured me out.
気づかれたみたいね
あなた
You knew this would
知っ
happen?
てたのだったら
If
私たち
so, then we were...
本当に最初か
If
ら
I told you the truth at the start, I'd probably be identified as a foreign matter and deleted by the dream before you could figure anything
この
out.
夢から削除されるはずよもちろん
Of course, I have ways to bypass it, such as by running into your arms and slipping you a note that tells you the truth and my feelings for you.
でも
But even if it could work, I'm still against the idea.
メイがガイドさん
If you wish to have fun at an amusement park with Kiana and Bronya while led by Elysia,
このメットにな
then
る
how would I have the heart to cut your dream short?
私は
ガイドとしても
I'm your guide, but also an extension of Signet's. I'm afraid I can't accompany you anymore,
メイと一緒に歩めないかもしれんでも
but I believe in May.
私はメイのことを信じてるあなたなら
I'm sure you could find the real treasure.
本当だって
The abrupt ending of today must be for the romantic beginning of tomorrow. Damn, man. The faraway buzz contrasted with the surrounding silence. May only stood there. A sudden sense of loss diluted her newfound joy. Whether it was a realistic illusion or a delusive reality, they would ultimately leave it once and for all. But the dream continued. After gathering herself, May went to the bench on the left and spread out the treasures she had found. A travel guidebook, an amusement park ticket, a white cat glove puppet, a bamboo sword, an omamori, and a blank letter.
なんて言えばいいのかしら
I mean,
設
the
計
game
者は
designer
メイ
tailored
の
this
ために
game for
特
you,
別に
so
作
it's
った
natural
道
for
具
the
なの
treasures to be
お
associated
宝
with
が
you.
メイと関係の
どうやら
Looks
一
like I
つ
need
ず
to
つ
study
細
each of
か
them.
く
Just when she was about to peruse the travel guidebook, she heard another quote from Guide Elysia in her head.
どういうこと
What?
絶
My
対に
hunch said it
何
was
かが隠
hiding
されてる
something.
って私
待って
Wait,
もし
what she
全
said
て
is
が彼女
true. May closed her eyes to focus on the envelope in her hand. Now that she could not channel her Hersher authority, she could only rely on the signets inherited from the Flame Chasers. She cut off the noise and let her mind swim among the stars. Millions of stars were millions of possibilities, and the signets often pointed her toward the one that shone only for her. Yet this time, she was greeted by inky darkness. When May opened her eyes, she didn't see the words she wanted to see in the letter. What's worse, she couldn't sense any lingering energy. She didn't want to question what Guide Elysia said, much less deny her heritage. Conflicted, a thought springs to mind.
2社に問題がないのなら
If there's nothing wrong with them, then
問題私かもしれない
maybe it's me. She examined the letter again as a tourist. Describing it as crumpled was perhaps too general. The letter had creases of varying lengths all over it. It was the sheer number of creases that made the letter appear crumpled. I was so dumb.
本当にバカだったわ
Treasure hunting was never... Excuse me. Treasure hunting was never a game that required special powers to beat. She fell into the inertia trap at the very start.
メイはただ
As a tourist, all you have to do is enjoy yourself.
ええ
Yeah,
その通りね
you're right. I just need to enjoy myself and rediscover my past while I'm at it.
そのついでに過去の体
She carefully folded back the letter along the creases. For ordinary people, this may be a challenge too difficult, but for May, this was merely a pastime. After all, origami, ikebana, chanuo, or chanoyu, and kendo were part of her heiress days. God, I am horrible. And with restoration came the favorable turn she had been waiting for.
これは
This was... Gradually, the paper flower came alive, bloomed, and solidified as if being framed at the height of its beauty. When the glow faded, floating before her was a pink crystal flower she couldn't be more familiar with.
美しいものを迎えるために
To welcome goodness,
あなた
you
は変わる
chose
こ
to
とを
change.
選んだ
Get back here! I need you, flower! Come back, you pristine crystal.
力を手にするため
To
に
acquire power,
あなた
you
は
learn to
我慢する
persevere.
ことを覚えた
Stop running away, Elysia!
心と体を
To
一つに
unify
す
your
るた
body
め
and
に
mind, you began to
あなた
grow.
は成長し始めた
本当のお宝を
Hiding
こ
the
こに
real
隠すなん
treasure
て
here. That's
確かに
original.
独創的ね
The crystal flower stopped flying onward. Obviously, it had taken May to its destination, which was the start of the treasure hunt. It fell gently. The instant it touched the ground, it let out a puff of smoke. Then a treasure chest appeared. May understood everything when she opened the chest. Although there was nobody to show her the way out, this object must be able to. The end of the game doubles as it starts. Makes sense. It's like Helix. Hello there, Miss Taurus, who inherited all the signets. Or should I call you Mr. Taurus? First of all, congrats! The compass you're looking at is the real treasure of the game, and a keepsake from me. But I'm really curious about how you did it. That was the work of a great magician. After the great magician proposed the idea of restoring origami, the flame chasers all tried, but only the expert did it. It's said even Elysia, her muse, failed. Or should I say, you who inherited the signets is an origami master. Oops, did I get off topic? Anyway, the treasure hunt's triggered by a special predicament. As your reward for winning, I'll take over as your guide and lead you out of here. The principles are hard to explain, so just remember one thing. If I can create untruth with truth, I can naturally do the opposite. Since you've inherited the signet of every flame chaser, neither finality nor Project Stigma is the end of humanity for you. The other matter, which is about her... Oh well. Let's continue this topic after we reach the real back door. But don't get your hopes up. Where are you leading me, Vilvi? After people wake up from sleep or other distractions, they must often check the compass for directions. Don't wait until we lose our way and this world to start discovering ourselves, our situation, and the infinite scope of our relationships. The pink dream gradually retreated from Ryden May's foggy mind, but the back door and the beacon left by Signets, the imaginary compass left by Vilvi, was being clutched by the unconscious successor. You turn out to be a fighter. Good thing I don't have to save your hide again. Elysia? Vilvi? Did I have a long dream? Dream? You vanished for half an hour. Are Kiana and Bronya alright? I guess so. Only they also hallucinated while investigating the area. Luckily, Durandal acted super fast to save them from the same trouble. Come, stand still. Let me give you a checkup. Without hacking into May's memories, her sure sentience examined every corner of her consciousness. Good. I don't see any after effects. You go look for Kiana and Bronya yourself. I'm busy. Wait, her sure sentience. What do you need? Just to be clear, I'm really busy. You said I vanished for half an hour. What happened? You know what I am, right? Her sure sentience suddenly shifted to the focus to herself. After seconds of confusion, her sure thunder came to the realization. Are you saying you exist independently of Fuhua? Yep. Generally speaking, I'm just a feather. What? Have you ever wondered what such a feather is? Isn't it a part of Fengwang Down? Then how was Fengwang Down created? A Hershey core from the previous era. Could Fengwang Down's feather actually be similar to the case of Hershey Reason? You're closing in. You can normally take the feather as a recorder or a special communicator, but fundamentally, it's the inside of a Hershey core and a part between the imaginary and the real. You know, Sally once vanished in the Sea of Quanta, right? What's happening to me and what's happened to you are similar to it. The only difference is that our entity is denied by the imaginary space, not the Sea of Quanta. Thing is, my core is naturally good at flipping inside out, but yours obviously aren't. Hallucinating, dreaming, vanishing. Where space is chaotic, all the tricks played by Project Stigma are related to this flip. Did Hair do this? I don't think so. But guess what? I'm not a teacher. You know so many scientists. Save the harder questions for them. I've been helping you long enough. I deserve a break. Her sure sentience waved as usual and vanished once more. For some reason, May remembered a book she read in St. Freya. Long ago, I lost a hound, a claret horse, and a turtle dove. I'm still looking for them. To many travelers, I've expressed how much I miss them and described their characteristics and the calls to which they've responded. I once met several people who heard the hound bark, the horse run, and even saw the turtle dove fly into the clouds. And they were eager to find them, as if they had lost them themselves. Alright. They went looking for May, right? Because May disappeared. Nobody's seen her? May! Sorry to have worried you guys. It's all thanks to the Herrscher of Sentience and Durandal this time. Bronya is glad you're okay. Yeah, Project Stigma and its dirty tricks. We can't let our guard down, even for a second. Yes, but danger often offers opportunities. For example, in that incident before, I found out that the previous era may have left a back door for us. May told the two what she experienced in the dream. Oh, I think Dr. Tesla will be interested. Dr. Tesla? She said there's much room for improvement of Anti-Entropy's plan before we come face to face with the Herrscher finality. I think the item May found might just be that improvement. But it might also serve the same purpose as Durandal's keepsake. Durandal's keepsake? Ah, May, I know this is hard to believe. Durandal is actually the original Kiana where my genes originated. An accident erased her memory, and a series of coincidences set her on another path. We learned the truth today thanks to a keepsake from Kaslana's Stigma space, when we saved Pops together. That explains... Huh? May? You're not surprised? I'm not. As absurd as it sounds, it makes sense. Bronya, you should feel the same. Bronya is slightly more surprised. But speaking of the person that'd be taken aback by the news, it only left the principal speechless for a while, or so Bronya heard. That's how things are. After that keepsake shared our memory with each other, it vanished without a trace. Was that what Bronya was talking about? We can't rule out that possibility, but because it's a work of that Vilvi from the Flame Chasers, I have more faith in it. I see. Ah, you happen to be here. May, how are you feeling? Principal, sorry for making you worry. Don't say that. May, your safety is what matters. Herrscher Sentience has briefed me on the situation. You're planning to have anti-entropy scientists study the beacon May found, yes? Hmm? Great. I was going to take Kiana and Bronya to the Salt Lake base. Of course, Herrscher Sentience would escort us in case of danger. That temporarily leaves the defense of St. Freya to Bronya. After Siegfried arrives in the Deep, Fuhua will hurry over to support you and Sele. The Deep is politically stable, so we can regard it as our home front. Sounds like Anti-Entropy has thought of a battle plan. Yep. But your beacon must be a pleasant surprise for them. So, when are you setting out? Herrscher Sentience has walked off to rest. Oh. Didn't she promise me? Come on, I don't work for you. Why would I let you bossing around? If I weren't so kind-hearted, I'd sit back and watch Hair and the like make a fool of you. Herrscher Sentience, you've been here all along. If someone had paid more attention, I promised Theresa to find Raiden May and keep Kiana and her safe. But did I agree to act with you? Theresa, you're the friggin' Shixel Overseer. Every S-rank Valkyrie at Shixel is at your disposal. What more do you want? Herrscher Sentience, your authority is one of a kind. Thank you for stating the obvious. You're not getting anything else out of me. No, you're free-spirited Herrscher, but I was actually saying, even if we're worlds apart, I believe you'll keep your word and come to our rescue. To you. Whatever. I know you're kind. You're begging me because you don't want, because you can't do without me. Please don't fight. Silly, this isn't your business. I'm gonna give them a psychotherapy session to help them suck less. But we need to unite as one more than ever. We need the power of each and every one. Like Susanna, an ordinary Valkyrie we met earlier. But without her, we'd have gotten half the result with twice the effort. Indeed, don't you agree? Silly, you... Never mind. Hershey's sentient shrugged in a display of her forgiveness. For Silly's sake. Now, you all owe me one, understand? You're willing to make up with everyone? Quit staring at me with puppy eyes and saying those corny lines. I said please, okay? Okay, sorry. So, can we set out now? Everything looks good to me. Just to be clear, I won't help unless you really need it. A few hours later, Salt Lake Base. Mophead, has your analyzation put out anything? Analysis could have been a greater word. I've finished analyzing the rock samples Theresa brought here. To put it simply, the physical indicators of the unholy relic are similar to those of Hershey cores. It's used to be the structural unit of an oddly shaped imaginary singularity. But, as it's an inactive shard, the information we can acquire from it may be very limited. That's not our concern now. Can you infer what state Kevin's in, or what the pattern of Hershey Finality's birth is? Can't say about the former, but about the latter, I can correct the misconception. Hershey Finality doesn't come out of nowhere. More likely, it's always been there. What? Didn't you just say that unholy relic is an inactive shard? Yes. But according to what Kevin said to Fuwa, the authority of finality is time. Because an imaginary singularity at the core of a Hersher is already a fixed point in the imaginary space. If we take account of time, then the only plausible conclusion is Hershey finality can withstand space-time shifts in some way. Doesn't that create a bigger contradiction? If finality is unaffected by time, how will Project Stigma affect it and seize its power through time? It's contradictory from this angle, but what if Project Stigma and finality are interdependent? After hearing Kevin's attitude for Fuwa, I'm baffled by one thing. Why does Kevin believe Project Stigma is guaranteed to purge Honkai after being carried out? Isn't it because he can join Honkai if he loses? Then why does Honkai want us to join? Didn't Kevin call Honkai an embrace? You realize we don't know what the cocoon is, but I'm guessing it's a template. Project Stigma will merge reality and the imaginary space, presumably to synchronize the humans defined by them with finality forcefully. If I'm entirely correct, the authority of finality that Kevin shoulders will be spread evenly over all humans one day. All surviving new humans will be cursed with finality, though it'll mostly likely be harmless by that time. With this knowledge, if new humans correspond to Hershey Dominance's puppets, then Project Stigma corresponds to the construction of the Theater of Domination. No, Project Stigma can't directly control Stigma Awakened, nor does World Serpent believe they'll lose their freedom in the end. So you're saying old humans are equivalent to cornerstones like the puppets, while new humans are equivalent to Otto? Yes, but that's just an analogy, so it may not be appropriate. Now that we've gotten so far, the beacon you've been studying, its importance is clear to see. Oh, right. We've been talking about your discoveries, now let's talk about mine. Based on your conclusion, we can take this beacon that May found as some kind of transmitter, but it's trying to message a non-existent recipient. Current measurements suggest the beacon runs on May's core and is emitting a signal which only contains a simple repetitive message to the imaginary space. Although we can't understand the simple repetitive message, given the design of transmitters, this mostly means it hasn't found the recipient. Think of a phone that says no service. It desperately searched for a base station. Will it be the Hersher of origin? I don't know. This is difficult to validate by technical means, as none of us has seen the authority of origin before. But I'm more worried about why May could find the beacon. You mean, what Hersher of Sentience warned us about? That May might be targeted by Project Stigma. In this statement, and Kevin's behavior made me realize something tricky. Be it Project Stigma creating the beacon, or the beacon hiding amid Project Stigma, both indicate May is a unique entity to Project Stigma. I don't know what this will lead to, but anyhow, it's worth a shot. You think what May wants to do, like Shixel's island operation, won't conflict with second-gen Project Selene? Of course it won't. It's also for Kiana's benefit. And in this way, our battle plan is taking shape. Once Nagamitsu finishes the feasibility studies, we can call everyone and hold a joint warfare conference on the state of Earth. We're really going out of our way this time. We surely can't lose Project Stigma in the scope of operations. Remember the spirit of Lab 42? Whoever has faith in the Lord of all things can thus eat all things. We carved this motto into the lab wall. Hey, isn't that your fancy excuse for eating junk food? Really? Don't play dumb. That quote is carved into the lab kitchen wall. Time flew. Nowadays, perhaps Einstein only teased her Perhaps Einstein only teased like her teenage self when she was around Tesla. But the 42 that she mentioned inadvertently became an apt footnote for the following operations. That would be the answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything. The answer is 42. Copy that. Shixel HQ is in stable condition and can attend the conference anytime. Got it. Take care, Overseer Theresa. Does Theresa-sama plan to host this warfare conference at Anti-Entropy HQ? Yes. Signals from all parties will be encrypted and transmitted through Cosmic Juggernaut. We'll organize the findings of Nagamitsu, Tesla, and Einstein, then develop a battle plan to attack Project Stigma and eventually confront Kevin. We must not only tear apart the artificial shackles, but also go beyond the ordained finality. In other words, this battle will decide the fate of humanity. Yes. Unlike Einstein and co., we've gone through it once in a bubble universe. Although it can't be called a success, our perception of the enemy was systematically flawed. For that reason, this plan needs to comprise operations of different natures. Reclaiming the Earth, exploring the origin, and transcending the finality. We need to devise parallel plans that tackle these three strategic goals. For example, until we're certain we can harness the finality like Kevin, we can't destroy Project Stigma completely, even if we're capable of doing so. That's right, from a strategic perspective. But if we fail to secure a tactical edge, such analysis will be empty talk. Regarding that, there's an interesting phenomenon. Shixel, Anti-Entropy, and the Moths, or rather World Serpent, all happen to provide a solution for each of those goals. I believe when this meeting is dismissed, even the pessimistic Dr. Schrodinger will find genuine hope. Hope was an interesting thing. Hopeful people tended to fall into two categories. those who never consider the difficulties and those who have fully considered the difficulties ahead. Specifically, many of those present cycled formed such a spiral on this matter. After this meeting, we're going to fight a long and arduous battle. It may be needless to ask this now. Kiana, May, and Madame Theresa, how did you rest during the wait for analysis results? Adequately, especially when compared to Durandal and Li Sushang, who only slept for a few hours. I did mindfulness training in sensing signets. Hopefully it'll aid our mission. I guess people have their own way of resting. I just slept in my bed. Bet they can't do that. They can't. Well, it's about time, Sovereign. Let's get ready to start. Yeah. Durandal, Rita, Nagamitsu, how's your signal? Shixel HQ has no issues. Bronya, is everything normal in St. Freya? Fuhua, Sele, and Bronya are on call. Mr. Siegfried, what about the deep? Miss Susanna did a great job. Miss Lee and I are prepared for battle. Good. Without further ado, let's start discussing how to reclaim the Earth, explore the origin, and transcend the finality. Nagamitsu, you can introduce the reclamation of Earth that Shixel's in charge of first. Okay, I've been waiting. You've experienced Shixel's island operation. We struggled to save the headquarters of Shixel and Anti-Entropy and develop strongholds such as St. Freya from the deep. Plan to reclaim the Earth by increasing the number of such islands so a larger part of Earth can remain normal before Project Stigma is subverted. Of course, doing so would consume an enormous amount of energy, and Shixel would have to search the imaginary for resources. Luckily, Project Stigma has inspired us. Since it used the power of finality to reset the space around Earth, we can compete with it if we can learn its way of use. Learning from Project Stigma? There's more. After rescuing Mr. Siegfried from the Kaslana Stigma space, we lured that place into breaking away from Kevin and submitting to Theresa with Cosmic Juggernaut. This way, we gained control of an endpoint outside of Project Stigma to create an anti-Project Stigma. As we all know, the other endpoint of Project Stigma is the moon. The key factor is the power of finality that's transferring from the moon to Kevin. To emulate this directly is clearly impossible for us. However, the learning template I mentioned happens to be available to us. You mean, not just imitating, but also using Project Stigma itself? Yes, Project Stigma is a giant web woven from human dreams. The stronger the Stigma awakened, the better they are at weaving it. Luckily, we have a person of Equinox. I'm sure everyone knows Durandal's lineage by now. She has awakened the Kaslana Stigma and the Shariak Stigma. If Overseer Theresa can help us control the cornerstone of copying Project Stigma, Durandal can provide us with a path of copying Project Stigma. To control the power of Shariak and absorb with the power of Kaslana. As long as the Stigma space can draw power from the imaginary, the girls can control how the space exists like Project Stigma. This process only requires Cosmic Juggernaut, Sumeru, and other non-Hersher objects. This will allow Kiana to focus on other tasks. Of course, compared to exploring the origin and transcending the finality, reclaiming the Earth is only treating the symptom. However, it has the clearest roadmap and will provide great help to the other two. As for the participants, as I said, the direct involvement of Durandal and Theresa is required. Auxiliaries tentatively include Siegfried and Susanna. The reserve team led by Rita will help if necessary. The operation will be carried out in the deep, correct? Yes, St. Freya is the more efficient choice, but the deep is the safer choice. Are you saying, without external interference, the deep dodge the finality's resetting the world with its spatial conditions alone?
その通りよ。
That's right.
だから
Even if our attempts all fail, at least the deep will preserve a piece of past reality. Like the bubble universe that Durandal anchored. Great. I finished introducing the reclamation of Earth. Can I pass the mic to Dr. Tesla? Wait, before we get to the origin, I want to talk about the finality, or rather, the second gen Project Selene. If this is the order, then the connection between the origin and finality is apparently much tighter than we conceived. I remember the origin Project Selene, or original Project Selene, is about mass-producing a device that can convert Honkai energy into normal energy to render Honkai energy harmless. Yes. Assuming there's a linear reaction between Honkai and civilization, it would have been the perfect industrial solution. But anti-entropy later realized that the Herrscher of finality exists beyond the world. It's intrinsically different from the other Herrschers. This is what caused Selene to fail in the previous era. In the face of a transcendent being, no amount of time or production capacity was enough. Therefore, the second version of the plan is no longer an industrial solution, but a special operation. Special operation? It's similar to the situation with the Herrscher of Dominance and Otto, in that we need to fundamentally change how our enemy exists. This is what Dr. Einstein especially told me when preparing for the meeting. You mean this project is closely linked to Kiana? Yes. In simpler terms, we will imitate what Siren did in the second eruption. You should remember that the unmanned battleship captured by Saint Freya, it was supposed to be the launcher of the second gen Project Selene. Only, we didn't foresee those changes. Furthermore, the facts proved that we oversimplified Kiana's issue. Back then, nobody imagined the persona of Herrscher of the Void would revive and worsen after so long. That wasn't only disastrous for Kiana and Saint Freya, but also led anti-entropy studies on Herrschers to a dead end. That's why anti-entropy wasn't ready to reveal this project until now. In summary, second-gen Project Selene aims to artificially create the Herrscher of Finality and use her power to complete the Selene system. Artificially create? Yes. Unlike Project Stigma, we planned for humans to directly control the power of finality. Is that really possible? Otto's desire to control the power of the Void has caused enough problems. That's why I said anti-entropy studies on Herrschers reached a dead end before. In fact, it was by studying the Herrscher of Dominance that we found a feasible technical route. Bronya's metamorphosis is strong proof. Bronya and the Herrscher of Dominance. More specifically, just like Welt and Bronya are among the 300,000, all Herrschers are connected to the same object subtly. In the past, we thought it was the imaginary tree, but that's far from the truth. If we apply the concept of transfinite numbers, even if we exhaust the Honkai on Earth, we're still wandering around the lowest cardinal number and far from seeing the imaginary tree that's also infinite in scale in a transfinite sense. Forget it. If you keep asking her, she might start explaining transfinite numbers. Anyways, Kevin, Hare, and the Flame Chasers in the Elysian realm have all mentioned a cocoon to us, right? It fell from the sky that day. The people on the ground looked up and thus saw a starry night sky. In other words, an alien being that appeared at some point decides the fate of Earth and the descent of Herrschers. It's a valve that manipulates everything Honkai related from imaginary enemies. Back to what Mop had said, all Herrschers are connected to the same object subtly. Obviously, this object can only be the cocoon of finality. and Project Stigma must have manipulated it in some way to steal the power of finality. It's like Prometheus stealing fire, isn't it? If we consider the case of the Hersher of Dominance, I mean, how it could have existed, everything boils down to one answer. The cocoon of finality is the only imaginary singularity and the only Hersher core. Its projections between different dimensions cause different Hersher authorities to appear in reality. Are you saying all Hershers are but a shadow of finality? Like the relation between bubble universes and the proper world? Yes. You can think of the birth of every Hersher as an embrace of Honkai to reality. Maybe it's the sheer number of dimensions between us that made this embrace so erroneous? Hence, the Hersher finality was given the authority of time to find the right embrace through trial and error. Does it sadden you to realize that humans are merely lab rats in the universe? But even lab rats occasionally get the chance to run away. Our way of artificially creating the Hersher finality is to emulate its authority so we gain control of the power of finality. Humans will not adapt to the environment, but transform the environment to adapt to humans. Which is to say, one of us needs to step up, seize the authority of finality, and become the Hersher of finality? That's the plan. And there's another similar case besides the Hersher of Dominance. Could it be Siren? Yes. In the second eruption, Siren fused the authorities of reason, void, thunder, wind, death, and fire. Her use of them was extremely inefficient. But what's truly noteworthy is that possessing so many authorities didn't impact her personality visibly. Even if someone actually possesses every Hersher authority, that's not the same as becoming the Hersher finality, right? Yeah, artificial and natural are different, as they should be. Brain and computer, body and soulium, Hersher, and the Stigma awakened. As the Turing test has taught us, as long as the same result is achieved in the end, the details of the process don't matter at all. Ultimately, whether it's Project Stigma or Nagamitsu's plan, they both emulate the finality from different perspectives and on different levels to serve specific purposes. In comparison, Nagamitsu's plan is somewhat superficial, and Project Stigma is simply inhumane. So, the reason I want to talk about the finality before the origin is the price we're willing to pay. If we disregard the unknown help from the origin, according to the needs of Selene, we must literally gather all Hersher cores on one person in whatever way we can. In practice, it'd be as dangerous as carrying out a mantis surgery at least. But if what we want to believe is true, that the Hersher of origin has left a shortcut for herself for today's plight, May, if everything goes according to plan, we may actually welcome a perfect happy ending. I see. Kiana, you didn't give your opinion. Is it because you already knew before the meeting? Yeah, but it's not something I can decide. From my perspective, I hope May and everyone can work with me to create a tomorrow where everyone's happy. Everyone. That includes you and me, right? Uh-huh. So are you willing to believe in me and yourself? I heard you. I'm more than happy to do it with you. Additionally, I take it that the exploration of Origin is backed up by a plan like the reclamation of Earth? Yes. Similarly, we plan to use Project Stigma to find the right way of using the beacon. To be more specific, it's an hour later. Specifically, our operation is a prerequisite for the other two operations. Judging by the process of the other two ops and the complexity of Project Stigma, we might grab victory with ease or be faced with a never-ending battle.
終わりのない持久戦を迎えることになるでしょう。
That's why we're divided between combat teams, security teams, and reserve teams.
あら
Are you unhappy being on the security team? I feel more sorry for someone your age to join the combat team.
やっぱり
I knew you couldn't be nice.
マティュランダル
Durandal, let's ignore this old man.
それも
He just has a particular sense of humor.
お話中すみ
Sorry to interrupt.
テレサ様
Overseer Theresa, Durandal-sama, Mr. Yang has initiated a special comm.
どうやら
Looks like the reclamation of Earth is about to start,
聖フレイヤでは
which means Raiden May and Co. are waiting at St. Freya for us to stir the directory woven by Project Stigma.
まあ
Of course, even if Project Stigma isn't stirred, they can create the opportunity to explore the origin with their own power.
でも
Yeah,
ベルトを待たせ
but
る
we
の
shouldn't
も
keep
美
them
味しい
waiting. Susanna,
スサナ
put them through.
了解しました
Understood. Madam Theresa, what's the situation? St. Freya's ready.
海援場も準備
The
でき
deep
た
is
わ
ready. Good. Then, as the interim sovereign of anti-entropy and Shixel, I hereby declare that the three-step strategy, which will surpass Project Stigma and end the threat of Honkai, has commenced. We strive to reclaim the Earth and explore the origin, which in turn will dictate how we transcend the finality. Let us begin operations. Alright, let's do this.
これは旋回一条の
Is it
遠隔
Cosmic
操作
Juggernaut
される
operating remotely?
はい。どうやら
Looks like Nagamitsu has created the first spatial rift for us.
作ってくれたみたいです。素数の造物を撃破して隙間をこちら側の力へ
Take out these imaginary constructs and channel the rift to our own power. These enemies keep coming. Of course they do.
何しろ今していることは
Because we're making Project Stigma. We're making Project Stigma hemorrhage. How many do I have to defeat? Fewer enemies now?
どうやらそろそ
Looks
ろ
like the timing we need is close at hand. Oh, of course, yes, of course, the husk.
つまりこいつが必要とす
Yep,
る
this is exactly what I need to fight. Freaking husk nihilus.
やつを倒せば
Crush it, and we'll get a perfect opportunity to build up our own camp. Ouch. Ouch. Stop. Woof. After the husk in the rift collapsed, the artificial battlefield in the deep was enjoying temporary yet absolute tranquility. And the two Valkyries, who would be part of the reclamation of Earth, had been waiting for this moment. Although I used the Abyss Flower to guide Shariak's Stigma power to overcome the obstacles created by the Stigma space for the first time not long ago, maybe it's because the current Project Stigma is also devised by Shariak. This method can achieve even better results than directly using Cosmic Juggernaut.
よかったわ。
So Cosmic Juggernaut is guiding our powers externally and expanding our influence as much as it could. Yes, reclaiming Earth will be a long process, but a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I don't think it'll be more difficult than walking back to Earth from the moon. Why am I not surprised to hear that? Without further ado, let's get to it, shall we? By the power of Equinox, I'm going to play a role similar to the Holy Blade. Manipulate the world and anchor it to you. The successor of the Susanna Stigma space, Abyss Flower. Please become the key that leads me to the true might of Stigmata. I'm the darkness from hell. I'm the light from heaven. I was born before the world came to be. I will survive after the world is sent into the holy god. This is going fast. I shall set the world right and bring back order. Key of creation, Abyss Flower, level 2 output. Holy Lance reflux. Cry unleashed. The world is being conquered. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. How true. Epic. Absolutely epic. Two hours later, where everything began. The power churning beneath the deep had yet to reach here. Crashing of waves that was woven by billions of existences kept its distance from the solitary Saint Freya. Amid this fragile tranquility, the girl just drew an extremely deep yet perfectly normal breath. Science would reveal this intrinsic behavior to be incredibly complex. Smooth muscle, alveoli, blood, mitochondria, citric acid cycle. They collaborate on different levels to complete body-wide exchanges to allow an organism to live another second. Conversely, no matter how complex and sophisticated a skill is, as long as it can be programmed, it can become an instinct. Such as the action she was performing. What a description for breathing. Bronya, how's it going? Like the previous monitorings, although Durandal's been replacing and stripping the fractions of Project Stigma, the mainnet that's taken shape hasn't changed a bit. In other words, we can't hack into it and use the origin beacon yet. What about Fuhua and the others? Since you began monitoring the mainnet of Project Stigma, the monsters that renormalized space have been appearing at St. Freya. To ensure we can be on call, Fuhua's handling them with Kiana and Li Susheng. Are those monsters anomalous in any way? Anomalous? Yes. Such as steeply increasing or decreasing in number. I don't think so. Got it. Although the opportunity hasn't presented itself, if any changes occur, we need to pour ourselves into it. Then, why don't we take a break? It's Herrscher Sentience. Are you working well with Bronya? Of course I don't. What do you mean by working with? I'm directing her, and you. In terms of monitoring, this model is more effective than expected. Of course, it also causes more fatigue. In fact, since noticing Herrscher Sentience pulled away from her mind, she had been saving energy with the easiest posture possible. Herrscher of Truth was capable of deconstructing Project Stigma to find its potential flaws. But searching the web of Stigma woven by the will of 7 billion people was a different matter. Luckily, The one who was unparalleled in the field of pure mind was with them. Sheesh. Look at your twig arms. You should eat 4 meals and 2 more burgers a day like Kiana.
とにかく
Anyhow,
ブローニャちゃんが処理
with
装置
Bronya as the processor
駆動装置を担当
and
する
Herschel Sentience as the driver,
確かに
this has substantially improved our ability to monitor Project Stigma.
アインシュタイン博士の
Thanks to Dr. Einstein.
旋回一条が
When
最大
Cosmic
効
Juggernaut
率で動作し
is already running at full capacity and Kiana still needs to conserve her strength, she invented this brilliant monitoring method based on Stigma Project being a mind space. Too bad we haven't achieved anything yet.
こういう時は
We can only wait and put our faith in Durandal and Theresa.
ネゲントロピー側に連絡した
Do
方
you
がい
need
い
to contact Anti-Entropy?
博士たち
But the
は
doctors should be preparing a finality-related project.
いえ
No,
おそらく
well, I don't think that'd make a
現状を変える
difference.
ことに彼女たちの
Rather than
チームが
delaying their
邪魔をしている
preparations, we can exchange our work with
担
them.
当をもしかしたら
In terms of
結果から
results,
見ると
it may be the fault of Bronya and Herschel Sentience who decided to wait and see. Wait, what?
いえ
Not blaming you, you're the strongest among us. So, it's more advantageous for you to guard the center and conserve your energy until the time comes. Yeah, whatever. Feel free to get yourselves into more trouble.
ゼーレ
Silly? May?
行きま
Let's
せ
go.
んか
We could use some fresh air. Yeah. Here we go.
これは
This should be the type of husk
シーフリード
Theresa
さんが遭遇
and
した
Siegfried
個人
ran
の
into.
段階ですね。実際接触してみて
But
初
after
めて分かり
contact,
ました
their way of existence seems to be the exact opposite of the other
他のタイプ
types.
とは全くの入り方をしてるんですね。
エネルギー解放全エリア投下安全操作戦術変更特殊次元展開
Okay.
エネルギー解放全エリア放火
Again, I still totally have no idea how to use this battlesuit at all. Sushang! She finally made her appearance.
私たちちょっ
Are
と
we
遅
late?
かったかな
問題ありませ
No.
ん。
This will be a nice exercise.
ブローニャ
Bronya, is the observation over?
はい。
Yeah. Project Stigma seems to be adapting to change by not
異変を
changing.
持って万
So,
変に応ずる
we can't
こと
observe the opening that we need.
しかし偶然に
But
も
coincidentally,
先ほど
in the
の
battle just
戦い
now, Bronya had an interesting discovery.
成婚計画の
It suddenly occurred to Bronya that, as the mainnet of Project Stigma, the name Planet Directory may imply it to be a work result instead of a workplace.
その話
I don't think I can follow you.
すみません。
Sorry,
表現を変え
Bronya
ましょ
will
う。
use a different metaphor.
例えば
Think of the section of Sea of Quanta we set foot in. Those monsters also display traces of unnaturalness. They aren't just imaginary constructs, they're tools manufactured for a job. Dr. May also said that Project Stigma exists to codify the world. Given that they've been attacking St. Freya, the nature of this job is evident.
成婚計画が
Helping Project Stigma to renormalize the space?
はい。
Yeah.
ですから
Therefore, rather than calling them imaginary constructs, we should call them the typesetters of Project Stigma. And the Planet Directory is a masterpiece by those typesetters. If we're planning to change our thinking, then we should skip the directory or the mainnet and go after the thing that weave them.
それはそうだけど
That being said, how can we do that?
敵たちが送ってくれ
By
た資源を
cleverly using the
うまく利用
resources
すれば
our
いいん
enemies
です。
brought to us.
例えば
For instance, those weak monsters we keep defeating clearly can't codify anything by numbers alone. They serve as needles and threads at most. The real codifier is likely similar to the husk we saw. It's an imaginary construct that can influence laws.
まさか
Could it be
プロメテウ
husk
スがあの時に言ってた
existentialism
実存主義と
that
か
Prometheus mentioned?
その可能性は高
Very
いと
likely.
Can
Can we use it? If the other party is able to renormalize the world, maybe, we can use those enemies like Durandal and Theresa
理
did.
論上は可能だと
It's
思います。
theoretically feasible, but perhaps World Serpent can't dominate them independently of finality.
それから
Moreover, regarding the division of work, Our top priority is to figure out how to use the Origin Beacon.
ブローニャそして
Dr. Tessa believes, since this beacon, if out of service in reality, our only option is to approach the fabled cocoon of finality in some way. This is why we need to find Project Stigma's opening and hack into it. After all, within the scope of our reach, Project Stigma is the only thing related to the cocoon of finality.
はい
Back to the previous
話を
topic.
不変を保つ
Since
成功
Project
計画
Stigma
の
adapts to change by not changing,
怪物たちの
we can
上
try
の存在を
tracing
探
back
す
to
こと
higher levels
その
through
シ
this
ステムは
rigid
成
system.
功計画
This
の
way, the
心
entire
がけする
system
ことが
will
できる
become
か
an
もしれません
opening of Project Stigma.
じゃあ
So,
私たちは
what should
何
we
を準備すればい
what
い
should we
の
prepare?
今までの観測と
Not
大
much
して
different
変わ
from
り
the
ませんが
previous observation, just more
より焦点を定
targeted.
め大
Don't
丈
worry,
夫です
it won't be too hard. Okay. More targeted.
いやえいえいちょうど良いタイミングです
Right on time.
もう少しあなたたちの
Rona
デ
can
ータを
gather
収
more
集する
information
ことが
about
でき
you.
そうですね起動状態確認エネルギー解放全エリア放火橋の再現空間定位か
Back so soon? What? Stumped without me. Yes, Bronya realized that. Don't. You don't bootlick me for free. Since we're all here, let's go over the battle plan.
このまま受け身の
Rather
状態
than
で
observing Project Stigma's opening, Bronya plans to take the initiative and rip it open temporarily by force. Rip it open?
はい
Yes, as long as we go all out, we can carve open our space in that sea of thought, which will allow the beacon to search for the real backdoor in safety.
本当
でもそうすると私たち
But
の
our
観測も
observation
気
will be
づかれる
detected as well.
しかし
Hence, the temporary part. Although Project Stigma will expose its weakness when counterattacking, if the other party targets us aggressively, unlike Durandal and Co., our Herrscher status will render us very passive. Bronya will stall for as much time as possible. For that, May, regardless of whether you find the back door and what you find through it, you must withdraw in time and return to St. Freya that's relatively stable.
それって
Are you
成
saying
功計画が反応
when
した場合
Project Stigma bounces back?
私はもう一
it'll
度乗り
likely
込まれる
devour
かも
me
しれ
again?
ないってこと
はい
Yes.
それと
Furthermore,
前と同じよ
if
う
we
に
want to reach the limit of analyzing Project Stigma as before, our Bronya still needs Herrscher Sentience's help on the mental level.
そしてメイ姉さん
May,
はブロー
you'll
ニャと
invade
共
the
に
depths
成婚計画
of
の
Project
進路
Stigma
を進
with
入し
Bronya.
ますのでビーコンに変化があり次第
But you need to be ready.
本
If
当
the
の
beacon
バックドアを
changes
見
as
つけ
planned,
出し
we need to find the real back door and unleash its hidden power as quickly as possible.
ええ
Got it.
そしてキアナは
As for
空
Kiana,
の律者の
you
権
use the
威
authority of the void to temporarily close off the mind space that will be torn open,
最
save for the most
も
conservative
安全
retreat
な撤
route.
退これでもう少し時間
Doing so
稼
will
ぎが
buy
で
us
きる
more
はずです
time and reduce our risk.
任せて
You can count on
で
me.
も
But
本当にもう少
is
し
that
準
all
備
the
しなくていい
preparations you
の
need? This is so sudden.
大丈夫です
Yes, Herrscher Reason can memorize what she's just touched exceptionally well. Using this trait well is more important than making other preparations. By recreating the logic of those imaginary constructs, Bronya will
世界を
redefine the world for you. The girl didn't appear to change after making such a statement. In the Stigma space, the string of consciousness could not be seen by those who didn't understand it, except for Herrscher of Sentience, who was acting as a driver. She was confused to discover her power was somehow draining exponentially faster this time. She didn't know what a great cause her power was being used for. On the other hand, for Herrscher of Reason, reconstructing the world was only one of 1,000 of skills. Creating was no nobler than restoring the wings of a butterfly. For all who bore the name of Herrscher of Reason believe that human is the measure of all things.
なるほど
So this is
これが
the world
成
created by
婚計
Project
画を
Stigma.
作った
After the metamorphosis, Herrscher of Truth was finally challenged by a worthy opponent. And, as fate would have it, This opponent was also named World. This match took place in secret and didn't come off as decisive to anyone. But after Durandal and Theresa, like the epic heroes who proved that the gods weren't invincible, she proved one thing.
成婚計画所詮この程度
Yep. Yeah, very overrated. I think Dr. May would agree. Oh, jeez.
星の目視
Planet Directory. Bronya saw this atmosphere coming.
ブローニャちゃん
Bronya, is everything normal?
もちろんです
Of course.
ただ
But we might have pushed it too far. We're approaching the center.
戦いの準備をした方が
Gotta get ready for battle, huh?
はい
That's right.
でも
But even though we made it here, May's beacon is still unresponsive.
え
Yeah,
えだから
looks like
力
we
を
haven't
出し
pushed
す
as
ぎ
far
と
as
い
we
うよ
thought.
り
じゃあメイ
May,
先輩にはやっぱり
you need your best partner, don't you?
キアナちゃん
Kiana?
ちょっとしたサプ
Think
ラ
of
イ
it as a small surprise.
ズ私が一緒に行
The
動
most
すること
conservative
で
retreat route.
最
Me
も
following you
安全な
guys?
撤退ル
Of
ートを
course.
そうすれば
This will not only further narrow the spatial passage, if I use the full power of Void proactively, nothing will go
で
wrong.
も全体的
But
に考えれば
for the overall
キア
situation,
ナはこの段
it's
階
best
で
for you
全
to
力を
avoid
出さ
using
な
your
い
full
方がい
power
い
at
と
this
思う
stage.
それは
That depends on how well you do.
さて
Okay, let's not waste any more time on the bickering.
さっきも言ったように
As
こ
we
の
said,
悪戦は
a gruesome battle could break out at any time. I'm going easy for story purposes.
準備しておいてください
I could do it,
世界の
but
目標を
again,
編纂する
not
のは
overly familiar with this battle suit, and I
プ
just
ロ
want
メ
to
テウス
progress the
ですら
story
対
at
応
this
が
point.
難しい存在もこの近くにいるかもしれません武装最高
これって前哨戦ってことかしら
相手は少し恥ずかしがってるみたいだね
Seems pretty shy to me.
安全装置解除します
I don't know how this is supposed to be done. Whoa. That's a big
す
flower.
ることになるかもしれませんなるべく敵を消滅させ
Hus
て無力化し
existentialism.
ましょう
Gotcha.
起動状態確認反応検査一掃します
I don't really quite get how I'm supposed to take this thing down. Am I just supposed to attack its arms?
再現空間転移開始予備エネルギー起動安全装置解除します反応検査一掃します
I don't even know if I should be using a different Valkyrie. Maybe I probably should be. I don't know.
過去を超えます安全装置
Husker usually psychic, right? I don't freaking
エ
know.
ネルギー解放全エリア
I feel like maybe I should be using like a bio character or something.
真理の名をもって過去を超えます反応検査一掃します
Oh no, and I gotta fight the seed too. Shit.
解除します
This would be a really long battle on hard mode.
エネルギー解放全エリア投下起動状態確認ちょっとやりすぎたかないえ
Oh, come on.
解析結果によると戦闘は始まったばかりです疑似ブラックホール
That is some BS. Freaking heck am I supposed to do?
火力連携放置
Find the filth. It's turned into like a bullet hell.
全エリア投下予備エネルギー起動反応検査一掃 装します。星に再現。空間経理。
Really easy to fill the alt gauge with this battle suit, though, I'll say that much. Holy crap, I'm getting smoked.
エネルギー解放。全エリア火力連携。構築。反応検索。実装します。リチャージ。
I gotta pay more attention to like the timers on the stats. This is why I pick easy mode.
安全装置解除します。
ブローニャちゃん、状況はどうなの？
Oof.
今までの敵よりも構造が複雑ですからもう少し時間が必要です。
エネルギー解放。全エリア崩壊。戦術変更。
Freaking heck am I supposed to be attacking?
デフォルトモジュール起動。
What is going on?
星の再現が熱い。任せたよブローニャ。問題ありません。
輸送再構築。手動装置。
Oh, dude. Badass animations. Hell yes.
実装します。予備エネルギー起動。エネルギー解放。全エリア崩壊。コンクレートリー
Yeah, I would've got slammed on anything more difficult than this.
エネルギー解放。
I would have gotten owned.
構築。反応
So many projectiles.
安全装置解除します。予備エネルギー起動。真理の名を
Can I just spam
過去を
this?
超えます。反応検索。実装します。安全装置解析完了。
ティアナメイ姉さん着地の準備をしてください。ブローニャがとどめを刺します。そのセリフを待ってたよ。
Why is this thing not dead?
リチャージ。ワン、ツー、ファイヤー。
Okay. Is that it? Is that the battle?
これで
Are we done? Just like this.
はい。
Yes.
今まで
Like the constructs that came before, we can make use of their properties for now. But things are trickier than we imagined.
どうしたの？
What is it?
厳密に言うと
Strictly speaking, it comes with a coupling mechanic similar to quantum keys.
そのせいで
This causes Hersher a reason to only be able to emulate its single moments.
つまり
Which is to say, if we go deeper, May will enter a one-way street.
待ってブロニャ。
Wait, Bronya, if that's true, how will May return here?
ここには戻
She
り
can't
ません。
return here.
バックドアが
Considering that the back door is an unknown quantity,
今回
we may have to conduct an operation similar to this one, or the rescue of Kiana's father afterward.
もしくは最悪の場合
In the worst case scenario, we may have to wait for Durandal and Theresa to stumble upon May in the process of reclaiming the world.
偶然とにかく
Anyway, Bronya only realized this after completing the analysis. The only time we can win is the time to enter and exit the back door.
バックドアに出入りする。メイ先輩は
Eh? What do you think?
私は
I think
これは私の責任
this is my responsibility, or
使命だと
my mission.
英傑の刻印を受
For
け継いだ
me,
私に
who's
とって
inherited the signets of flame chasers, this trip is more than trying to touch the authority.
私は
I believe in Kiana, I believe in Bronya. I believe in all who have been with us through thick and thin,
どんな時も
at any time,
どこ
any
にでも
place.
始めましょう。
Let's do this,
ブロ
Bronya.
ニ
いつでも始められます。
Anytime, but
メイ姉さん
May, you only have one chance. After I begin, you need to find the only timing to hack in.
唯一の出ないと
Otherwise,
全てがやり
we need to
直し
start everything we did over. And
もっ
that's
と
being
悪いこと
optimistic.
も起こる。
分かったわ。
Understood. Intentional or not, as she had done in the battle against the Hersher of Corruption, she began to recall all things concerning someone with all her heart.
すべてが
I hope everything
役に立つ
helps.
といいけど。キアナちゃん、ブロ
Kiana?
ニャちゃん、
Bronya? I'll leave everything to you.
任せて
Leave it
で
to
は
us. Then? Well, this is not good.
プロメテウスが話してた
This is what Prometheus meant by tricky.
なんとかなりそう
Can you handle it?
そうだね
Yeah. Given the
こ
situation
っち
here,
の状況から考え
don't
れ
enjoy
ば
your stay too much.
最善を尽くすわ
I'll do my
いってらっ
best.
しゃい
Be safe. Do it, Bronya.
始めましょう
The stream of consciousness that was invisible to the mortal eye began moving again. Having lost the help of Herrscher sentience, the girl began to challenge the possibilities she didn't tell. By using what the codification of the world had created, she would not only tear open the mainnet,
一瞬の出来事だと思いますが
although it's probably going to be instant,
ローニャにはできる
Bronya
はず
should have no problem doing it.
メイ姉さん今
May, now! As the girl signaled, she not only carved open the only passage for Herrscher of Thunder, but also made Project Stigma stop operating for an instant. In other words, she emulated the order of Project Stigma and made the will of 7 billion stagnate simultaneously for 2 whole seconds. Today is the day that the divine tyrant shall be devoured. Although they had different purposes, this saying of her predecessor was apt for her.
ありがとう
Thanks. At this hard-fought moment, the girl clutched the beacon in her hand, whose hands were spinning wildly. Elysia. Nobody responded explicitly. But Raiden May's comrades perfectly completed their own duties. And now, before her eyes, this was undoubtedly a completely foreign world. Rather than the origin of the world, this place represented the beginning for May and her friends.
これまで通り
Just like before, Bill V had such unique considerations. I should have known by now.
私はとっくに知ってたはずなのに今はすべき
I
ことを
should
し
do
ま
what I
しょう
need to do.
来たわよ
I've come.
変ね
Is this
扉
door so
こ
far
んな
away?
に離れてたの違う
What?
私は
I've
ず
been
っと
going
進んでるは
forward.
ずなのにどうして
Why? No. I must have got something wrong. She was looking at where the beacon pointed. Not to mention, she came here with the help of her friends, in absolute resolve and faith. Yet this place was almost filled to the brim with nothingness.
そうだ
Right, Vilvi. Is
彼
she...
女な
Out of the trust forged by the Alliance, she placed her hope in the beacon's possible change. This back door, which was considered a gift, was her highest priority for a long time, and secretly lit her desire to see her again. After the hand spun several times unnaturally, a familiar voice came from it. Yet it made the girl realize how wishful her misunderstanding of its functionality was.
じゃーん少し
Now I'll
君の真
copy
似をさせて
you for once. Hi,
私に会い
Miss
たくな
Mia?
ったビルビ
Vilvi. This was not an exchange, but a sigh, as the other wasn't greeting her.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry we can only leave you a message like this, Elysia. When you receive this message, we, or should I say, most of the people you know, are already goners. But it probably won't sadden you too much. When we miss you, we don't always express it by crying. I've got more important things to say. Beings that have returned to the cocoon may not retain their personality, but this won't hinder what I'm about to do. I know your greatest regret is not being able to see how you changed the world. That's why I borrowed this back door from you and our
そ
successors,
して古の楽
but
園にい
you,
る君は
who now exist
別
in the
の
realm,
形で願いを
have gotten what you wanted. Therefore, I don't want you over
こ
here
ちら側
to be
の
left
君に
out.
もだから
Through this back door, I'll sync the successors'
世
memories
界に
of
対
the
する
world
後
with
継
you.
者のこれからは
From now on,
群星
the
が
stars will
輝く
shine,
でしょう
for I have been here before.
私が今ここにいるこれからは
From now on, the flowers will bloom, for I have never left.
私が離れていないから君はちゃ
You
んと
did
で
it.
きたよ
A sudden massive flow of information gushed out of May's Hersher core. That was the real purpose of that beacon, and seemingly the only wish Vilvi had when leaving it. Scenes flashed across May's eyes. It was the world after Elysia had left. It was a sight she could only long for. The so-called back door was never the key to the authority of Origin, but only a long letter to an old friend. Even though the being known as Elysia was long gone from the imaginary space, she sent it anyway. Like the signals looking for life in the vast universe, she hopelessly yet romantically declared that the beautiful land had become more beautiful since you went away. Yet, this also means something else. Vilvi's back door and their hope of touching the authority of Origin are completely unrelated. Hey,
私に会いたくな
miss me yet?
いつどんな場所でも
At any time, any place, Elysia will. This anticipation would likely never be fulfilled. Damn, dude. That is heartbreaking. Shit. So we've got 4 more missions to go through, but I've been streaming now for like almost 4.5 hours, so probably gonna call it there for now. I'll finish the rest of it when I stream again. It may be tomorrow. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. I think the patch drops tomorrow, so it's a very good possibility. If it doesn't drop tomorrow, then maybe maintenance is tomorrow. I don't know. I can't remember. Anyways, if you guys have watched this long, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And if you're watching after the fact, then consider subscribing to the channel and hitting that notification icon so that way you know when I go live my next stream and all that good stuff. Don't forget to give the video a thumbs up, man. It helps out big time. Really appreciate you. I'm going to go call it a night because I am tired, and I will finish chapter 34 the next time I'm going live. So I will see you all then. Take care. Have a good one. Peace.